back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Blazier, people represented by Ms. Clark, and Mr. Kelberg. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we take up the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I am down here not as a result of anyone else's efforts, but of my own accord, because I couldn't help on Friday but review the court's ruling with respect to Mr. McDonald's testimony, and then to review Dr. Reeder's report, my understanding being that Dr. Reeder's will be the next witness called by the defense. And it struck me as ironic, if nothing else, that in the court's ruling regarding Mr. McDonald, the court on page 2 of its ruling noted near the end, just before the section dealing with discovery violations, the previous evidence code section 352 objection by the defense to phenolphthalein-based presumptive test for human blood is still well taken for all the reasons previously advanced. And what struck me from that in the court's order is Dr. Reeder's report concerning his analysis of the test results of Mr. March from the FBI, because on page 2 in the concluding paragraph of Dr. Reeder's report, he says, thus, the finding of EDTA in a micro blood specimen, such as in the present ones, is consistent with, indicative of, and presumptive for the blood having originated from a specimen which has been placed into a usually lavender top blood collection and then handwritten in as EDTA tube, such as is commonly used to draw blood from a living person and keep it from coagulating. What I believe the evidence would show, Your Honor, with respect to the analysis by Dr. Reeder's is there can be among the 11 million organic compounds known in the universe, hundreds perhaps, that would give a reading, a pattern, to use a shorthand version, of findings consistent with what Dr. Reeder's in his report is only willing to say is a pattern which is consistent with, indicative of, and presumptive for EDTA. It seems to me that for all the reasons expressed by the defense to keep out phenolphthalein testing, because it's misleading, confusing to the jury of the real issues and so forth, the same applies with respect to Dr. Reeder's testimony, proposed testimony, with respect to the EDTA testing of the 2 blood stains. This is not evidence that in fact shows there is EDTA, according to Dr. Reeder's own report. It only reflects that the result is presumptive of EDTA. And we can go into the technicalities, but basically the full spectrum that you need to see in order to say, I identify EDTA, is absent. That it is not a full spectrum, and only what is present can be used to say, in the opinion of Dr. Reeder's, it is indicative of, consistent with, presumptive for. What's good for the goose, Your Honor, I submit, is good for the gander. Now, why is this important? Because if there is only one other compound in the universe, which besides EDTA could give the pattern, which is the pattern found in the stains from the gate and the socks, and from, I'll get into that, Ms. Clark, in just a moment. If there's only one other compound that could give that pattern, then the evidence may have far more probative value than if hundreds of other compounds could provide that result. But we don't know which hundreds could provide it, because, as the evidence would show, Dr. Reeder's, number one, has never done this test for EDTA using this equipment. His laboratory does not have this equipment. And the laboratory that he has to go to when he wants to use this kind of equipment does not have electrospray, which is, in fact, the process used by the FBI. But it's the FBI's report and analysis which Dr. Reeder's is going to come in here and talk about, supposedly. Now, I find it most curious that a man who's never done this testing for EDTA using this equipment, who doesn't have the equipment in his laboratory, and who has to go to a lab to do this kind of laboratory test but can't do it on that equipment because it's not specifically the same kind, is going to come in here and start talking about, is this EDTA or is this not EDTA? And what's important is all he's going to say, by his own admission, in his own report, is it's presumptive of. Let me give the court a further understanding of why I think it is so potentially misleading. And it is an example from Dr. Reeder's past, recent past. A very well-known case in the Southern California area, the Sconce, S-C-O-N-C-E case, oleander poisoning. The history, Your Honor. A gentleman was found dead in 1985, death attributed to cardiac arrest. A young man, a very overweight man, and a man in the funeral business, a competitor of Mr. Sconce's. There was an informant who in about 1990 suggested that Mr. Sconce, or that the victim, had been poisoned by oleander poisoning. As a result of which, the Ventura County District Attorney's Office retained the services of Dr. Reeders to perform an analysis of various substances preserved from autopsy to determine the presence of something called oleandrin, which is part and parcel of the oleander plant and is a toxin. Let me read the court just very briefly Dr. Reeder's testimony at the preliminary hearing in 1990, October 4th, regarding his findings. In this case, 3 independent tests were done: thin layer chromatography, fluorescent spectrophotometry, and radioimmunoassay. These are physiochemically different things. The chances that a substance has all the properties in all 3 tests in common and is in actuality another substance, and his opinion was that these tests showed it was oleandrin, from experience are so extremely remote that one then has a very high degree of scientific certainty that if one says that this is oleandrin, in fact it is. 100% never. For 100% you go to the seminary, because that depends on faith. Science is never 100%. It is statistical, and it is reasonably certain the chances are remote. And if you want to go over into the area of, in that area, the hand of Almighty God can make anything happen, so possibilities, of course, are there. But it's a high degree of reasonable scientific certainty, and the operative word is reasonable. A scientist goes by reason and not by feeling. Well, the defense attorney for Mr. Sconce didn't think going by feeling was a very good way to go either. So he proposed having additional and more sophisticated tests performed, and guess what? The prosecution, which included Mr. Giss of our office as a specially designated prosecutor for Ventura County, agreed to split the $20,000 bill to have the sophisticated testing done using LC-MS equipment at Cornell University, incidentally, where Mr. McDonald, I believe, makes his headquarters, Cornell, New York. And that the testing was to be done to determine the presence or absence of oleandrin and another metabolite product. And guess what? Wasn't there. The testing by Dr. Henyon demonstrated that what Dr. Reeders was willing to say to reasonable scientific certainty, not to 100% because he's not God, it wasn't there. And guess what happened? A man charged with a potential capital offense saw his case dismissed as a result of Dr. Henyon's findings. And guess what further happened, Your Honor? Because I'm sure the court understands that before the prosecutor is going to dismiss a potential capital murder offense based upon an expert's finding, he's going to want to go back to the original expert, Dr. Reeders, and say, explain, please, where is Dr. Henyon wrong? Tell us. Dr. Reeders, I talked to Mr. Giss in Ms. Clark's office on Friday, basically gave a rambling, non-responsive answer. But a newspaper account of this story is succinct and to the point. From the April 4th, 1991 Los Angeles Times, Henyon reported last week that he had found no signs of oleandrin, but he said he was still looking for substances created when oleandrin breaks down in the body. After trial recessed Wednesday, Henyon telephoned with his results. No evidence of poison. Reeders, reached at his home near Philadelphia, said he could not account for the difference between his finding and Henyon's. Quote, in science, unquote, Readers said, quote, nothing is unquestionable, unquote. Now, Your Honor, I submit that this is exactly why presumptive test results should not be given to this jury under 352, because they are so misleading. They are not probative. Dr. Readers cannot say what other compounds could produce the findings that the lab reports from Mr. Martz indicate. And to allow Dr. Readers to give presumptive testing when the court sustained defense objections to presumptive testing is not to be fair to both sides in this case, using basically the same rule of law applied to the same general aspect of the case. Now, as the court will recall, when I was last here arguing the admissibility of Mr. Simpson's statement on the exercise video, I argued something on the assumption the court may not accept my position that the statement was admissible. That is, I wanted the tape played to show the physical movement. I make the same statement now that I made then, Your Honor, that I believe this motion should be granted. But I also feel it incumbent on myself to raise additional points in the event the court feels that the motion is not well taken. Number one, the oleandrin incident is a clear mistake by Dr. Readers, which, using the rationale of the defense with respect to Dr. Golden, and of course that's really why I'm down here, because I have some familiarity with the evidentiary issues on this issue, where the issue is the competency of the expert witness, the court found that these specific examples of mistakes become admissible. And here, unlike Dr. Golden with gunshot wounds versus knife wounds, here we have the very same process taking place. Are we looking at something which is indicative of, consistent with, and presumptive for the chemical, or are we identifying the chemical in the substance? Big difference. And that's exactly what is at issue here, because I believe, I submit to the court, the evidence will show that in fact this is not EDTA. Agent Martz's unpreserved blood gave the same result as was found on the stains from the glove and from the gate. Not a quantitative result, but showing the same pattern, unpreserved. And that's a pretty interesting finding with respect to whether we carry EDTA in our systems, if it's EDTA, or whether there are some other compounds that give the same pattern. So number one, the issue of does he get cross-examined if he testifies about his mistake? I submit to the court, using parity of reason, he gets cross-examined. Number two, and I mentioned this to Ms. Clark, is really why I thought it important that I come down and argue this point, because the court will recall in cross-examining Dr. Golden, Mr. Shapiro wanted to cross-examine Dr. Lakshmanan, wanted to cross-examine Dr. Lakshmanan regarding the legal implications from the mistakes in the Gay Phillips case, which Dr. Golden acknowledged making. I think the court will recall that area of proposed cross-examination. And I objected to it on, among other grounds, that it's irrelevant. And that was because the issue for the mistake went to the competency of Dr. Golden. But I submit to the court that it is proper cross-examination of Dr. Readers to show the legal implications from his failure and refusal to acknowledge that he was wrong. Because now we're not talking about his competency, we are talking about his bias. Dr. Readers put his professional standing, his ability to get future business, his ability to retain his position as director of a laboratory above the liberty rights of Mr. Sconce, rather than acknowledge that Dr. Henyon's more sophisticated test proved that in fact there was no oleandrin poisoning. He takes the position in science, nothing is unquestionable. Goes to bias, the legal ramifications. So I submit to the court that if Dr. Readers gets to testify, he gets cross-examined not only about the mistake, but he gets cross-examined regarding his response to that mistake and the legal implications from his failure or refusal to acknowledge it as a mistake, because he needed to place his selfish interests above those of Mr. Sconce, the criminally charged defendant. So again, Your Honor, I raise these 2 points not because I believe our motion to preclude his testimony in its entirety is not well taken. I raise these points because I don't know how the court's going to rule, and I want to give the court the full picture of what I believe are issues related to Dr. Reeder's proposed testimony.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Blazier.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, counsel.
Let me talk about the second issue first. I think it's just absolutely outrageous that Mr. Kellberg would come in and read from a newspaper and argue that there's been some determination that Dr. Reeder's made a mistake in the Sconce case. If we want to litigate the Sconce case, we can, but it's going to take us about a month. The testing that was done by Mr. Henyon was done on a 5-year-old autopsy, a different autopsy, different tissue than the testing done by Dr. Reeder's earlier. Dr. Henyon, in his reports, my understanding, acknowledges that perhaps what Dr. Reeder saw might have been there when he saw it, but because the second autopsy 5 years later might not show the same thing. The case was dismissed. There were other reasons for its dismissal. We can litigate that from here to Sunday, and it's absolutely ludicrous to say that they should be able to cross-examine him on that kind of a case where there's been no legal determination that any mistake was made. In fact, no mistake was made. These are contrary opinions on scientific evidence, which happens all the time, and the notion that Mr. Kellberg would come in and raise his voice because a scientist would say he's not certain about something is outrageous. No scientist is going to get up there and tell you he's absolutely positive about anything if he's a real scientist. So I make a motion that they not be allowed to cross-examine on that issue at all. On 352 grounds, certainly, and a lack of showing that there's any legal basis to cross-examine. As to the first issue on whether this is a presumptive test or not, first of all, Mr. Kellberg has not read Dr. Reeder's report carefully. His report states that the testing done by the FBI does show the presence of EDTA in the blood stain from the sock and from the gate. There's no language about presumptive for in that part of his report. The second part of the report, where he tries to attribute a source as to where this could have come from, is where he uses the term presumptive, not in the sense of a phenolphthalein test, where with a phenolphthalein test, we know that there are a lot of common occurring substances that can give the same response as blood, and therefore it's only a test that narrows it down somewhat. Could have been something else, so they have to do follow-up tests to confirm it. These are not presumptive tests. I find it fascinating that Mr. Kellberg would use Mr. Henyon's LC-MS-MS testing to prove that Dr. Reeder's made a mistake when he's claiming now that LC-MS-MS is just a presumptive test. That's the same testing that was done in this case. They might say that there are hundreds of compounds that could give this pattern. They can't name a single one. I asked Agent Martz. He can't name a single one. They have not looked at all 11 million organic compounds. There may be 11 billion in the universe. We don't know. So you can't absolutely say that there isn't something else out there that we've never seen before that might give this same pattern. That doesn't make it a presumptive test. I'm assuming that the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office has been prosecuting people for years based on LC-MS tests or GC-MS tests, which has less information than the tests run by the FBI in this case. Those tests have been used since the 70s to demonstrate that you have a particular substance in your blood, for instance. They're not presumptive tests. There's no case that says they're a presumptive test. They are determinative tests. They can make arguments that maybe there's some other compound out there somewhere, the name of which we do not know, that might give the same result. And Agent Martz will say that, and Dr. Reeder's will say that as well. But they will also say that the only compound they know of that gives everything that we see here, namely the right retention time, the right parent ion, the right daughter ion, and the right other characteristics that you must have before something can even be tested, is EDTA. And Dr. Reeder's will say, in his opinion, this is EDTA because it meets every one of those characteristics. As to the electrospray issue, electrospray is a process by which you move from the chromatography stage to the mass spec stage. With liquid chromatography, you're working with a liquid that has to be converted to a gas before you can do the mass spec part of it. All electrospray does is changes the liquid to the gas. It doesn't change the ions, it doesn't change the compound, it doesn't change the measurement system. You still wind up with chromatograms that you look at and you analyze. saying that this should be determinative of whether an expert testifies is like saying that Julia Child can't tell you anything about cooking because she doesn't use a Cuisinart. It's one technique that's used as one step in the process. It's not, it doesn't change anything. You wind up with a chromatogram that's interpreted just like they all are. So I would submit that this is clearly not a presumptive test, and further that the prosecution should not be allowed to cross-examine on the sconce case or any other case that they may not have mentioned unless they present it beforehand so that we can litigate that as well.
Briefly.
Number one, just for consistency, it's Dr. Henyon. It's not Mr. Henyon. Number two, it is a more sophisticated test than any of the tests that Dr. Readers used. Number three, the evidence is clear. Dr. Readers, in fact, we have his article, A Quest for Oleandrin in Decayed Human Tissue, noted. His findings showed it wasn't there. And he doesn't make any reference whatsoever to Dr. Readers having been possibly correct in the past with respect to his analysis. If that were the case, this case might still have been prosecuted. We are not inclined to lightly dismiss capital murder cases, Your Honor. That is dismissed because of the overpowering and overwhelming and compelling nature of Dr. Henyon's results. Last thing is, who's the proponent of this evidence? The people at the left side of the council table, to my left. It's their responsibility to show no other compound. It's not our responsibility to say, oh, gee, you know, there's only one or two others or maybe a couple hundred. It's their responsibility. When they're talking about it's presumptive of. And that's really what the conclusion is. The issue for this jury is, hey, where does this stuff come from? If it's EDTA, where does it come from? And that's this issue that the jury is being asked to decide when, in fact, the expert, the best he's going to say is it's presumptive for. If he's using the language, I didn't put words in his mouth, I didn't put the words in this report, he wrote them. He should have to live by them. I submit for all the reasons previously expressed, Your Honor, he should be precluded from testifying. But if the court feels differently than I on this, that the two areas of inquiry that I've indicated are appropriate. Dr. Henyon's, I've asked Mr. Hodgman to make sure he's available to clear the air should there be any air need clearing regarding what the test results were. And I have every expectation that he would be available.
All right. For the purposes of the record, Mr. Blazier, do we have Dr. Reader's report marked as an exhibit at this point?
I don't think we do. We provided it to the court last week.
I think we should have, I think for the purposes of the appellate record, I think we need to have a copy here.
I'll submit my copy, Your Honor.
All right. All right, the 352 objection as to Dr. Reader's testimony regarding his testing for the presence of EDTA, the objection is overruled. I will allow his testimony. The cross-examination as to other testing and other cases done by Dr. Readers appears to be a fair game for cross-examination. Legal ramifications, however, of scientific testing appears to the court to be a 352 problem because there are many explanations as to why things are done legally. It's a apples and oranges argument, so the objection by the defense as to legal ramifications is sustained. All right. And for the purposes of the record, we'll mark a copy of Dr. Reader's report as Court's Exhibit 18. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Gentlemen, please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Frederick Reeders.
All right.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you may give will cause nothing before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help with God.
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your first and last name, script it over.
Morning, Doctor. Could you state and spell your name, sir?
My name is Frederick, F-R-E-D-R-I-C, Readers, R-I-E-D-E-R-S.
Mr. Blazier.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Reeders, where and when were you born?
I was born in 1922 in Vienna, Austria.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic toxicologist and director of a toxicology laboratory.
Could you tell us what toxicology is?
Toxicology is the study of chemical substances and of primarily biological systems in terms of focusing on the harmful effects that the chemicals can produce in the biological system. Simplified version, toxicology is the study of poisoning, and I deliberately say poisoning in quotes rather than poison, because everything's a poison in too large a quantity. The definition of a poison is that it's too much.
Doctor, could you please tell us about your educational background?
Doctor, would you pull the microphone down, please? There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Blazier.
I studied, my undergraduate studies were at New York University's Washington Square College, at Columbia University, at the University of Indiana in Bloomington, at Houston University, and a little bit on courses while I was in service overseas by correspondence from the University of Wisconsin. I received a Bachelor's of Arts degree from New York University's Washington Square College in New York in 1948. My major subject was chemistry. My minor subject was biology. I then went on to a Master of Science degree in chemistry, in which I specialized in toxicological analysis chemistry, in the analysis that is used at that time essentially in autopsy specimens. After I received a master's degree and became eligible to be a doctoral candidate at New York University, I was offered a special fellowship at the Jefferson Medical College of Philadelphia, which is part of Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, in their School of Graduate Studies, not towards an MD degree, but towards a doctoral PhD degree. And there, during the following, 2 years of work and 1 year of this, that, and the other thing, I received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, again, not medicine, PhD degree. My major subject was pharmacology, toxicology, pharmacology being the study of the effects of chemical substances from no effect through toxicology to a lethal effect, as well as what the body does to the chemicals as it is in toxicology. And my minor subjects were pathology, the study of disease, and physiology, the study of the function of organisms, essentially the functions of the human organism of man. That was my formal education. Of course, I did research and presented a thesis on the toxicology of a substance called acrylonitrile, and I was granted the degree in 1952.
Spell acrylonitrile for the court. Can you spell acrylonitrile for the court?
ACRYLONITRILE. Trile.
Could you describe your other academic experience and affiliations?
Yes. While I was a graduate student at Jefferson, I was also a graduate assistant, and I did laboratory demonstrations in toxicology for the medical students. I did work for the clinic because I had some techniques from my previous work experience in lead determination in blood and other toxicological analyses, which were very rare at the time. Not many people had them, so I assisted in this sort of thing. I also participated in other research besides my own doctoral research. After I received a degree, I was appointed an instructor in the Department of Pharmacology and in industrial medicine as an assistant instructor. And I taught medical students, second-year medical students, toxicology, both in the laboratory and at lecture. I worked with other graduate students, and I conducted research in various areas of pharmacology and toxicology. And I lectured, of course, as I mentioned. This went on until 1956, at which time I had been promoted to assistant professor and had done research in pharmacology, toxicology, industrial medicine, and that incidentally included a lot of research with EDTA at the time, which had just come into use for the treatment of certain types of metal poisonings. In 1956, the city of Philadelphia changed from a coroner system to a medical examiner system. And the first medical examiner, Dr. Joseph Spellman, asked me to apply for the position of chief toxicologist upon the recommendation of my former chief, Dr. Alexander Gettler, who is sort of a granddaddy of American toxicologists, whom I had worked for at Bellevue. So I became an instructor, and then I left the employ of the city. I took an examination with several other people. I scored appropriately and was selected for the position of chief toxicologist for the city of Philadelphia and director of its, well, at that time, and starting a poison information center and directing it.
Let me back up just a minute before we get into your employment history, if we could. Have you told us about all of your teaching experience or academic experience with respect to professorships?
Well, only up until then. I remained on the faculty at Jefferson. I still am. I'm a full professor now. I became an associate professor and a full professor in the course of time. On a part-time basis, of course, and when the money crunch came, I agreed to forego my salary, which was minimal. It was a stipend, but I donated it to Jefferson, and I'm still on the faculty pro bono, which means I don't get paid for it. Now, for the last few years, I have not lectured to medical students, but I have worked with graduate students, continue to work with graduate students, and I'm starting a whole new course where I will start lecturing in the fall or in the spring.
Now, before we get into your employment history, could you tell us whether you have any affiliations with professional associations?
Yes. The first professional association which I joined was the American Chemical Society, of which I'm still a full member, as well as of several of its divisions, including the Division on Analytical Chemistry. Then later on, I joined several other societies that were particularly involved in pharmacology, American Society for Pharmacology and Experimental Therapeutics. I'm a full member of that. Some local societies, which since I no longer stayed active, I dropped from. But I became a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I'm now a fellow, in particular of the section on toxicology, on forensic toxicology, of which I was was one of the chairmen for one of the sessions some years ago, and had various other official capacities in the Academy since about 1958 or 59, since I've been a member there. I'm a member of, and I'm one of the founders, one of the charter members of the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists, which was formed, I think it was around 1960, at a meeting in England. I was the first editor of its bulletin, which is after finally somebody with a printing press made himself available. I ran on a Xerox machine for a couple of years. I'm a member of of several other organizations. I am a member of the American Association of Forensic Toxicologists, which is called Society of Forensic Toxicology, which is somewhat similarly composed and somewhat similar to the activities of the toxicology section of the Academy of Forensic Sciences. And I got certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, which is part of the Academy, as a fellow, as a board-certified forensic toxicologist. I'm also a member of the American Association of Clinical Chemists. Those are the chemists who work in hospitals and in other places, mainly to help in the diagnosis of disease. There is a section, an area in it, a specialty of toxicology, of toxicological chemistry. And I am board certified in toxicological chemistry by the American Association of Clinical Chemists. I'm a member of an international association on risk analysis and several others, but these are my main professional background organizations.
Now, could you tell us a little bit about, briefly about your employment history prior to the time that you started your own lab?
Well, all the different jobs I had when I came here as an immigrant, which was from steve door to glass blower to anything you could do in 1939. But my first related position developed in 1941 when I became an assistant chemist, of all things, in a soda factory, in preparing flavors and doing preparatory analyses. After that, I worked for another chemical company that made detergents and a variety of other things as an assistant chemist, and then I went into the service. I was in the military during World War II as a surgical technician, and then as a interpreter because of my various language skills. That was towards the interpreter was at the end, towards the end of the war, and then for a year or so afterwards in military government. When I returned to the States, I continued under the GI Bill with my college education, but after 1 year, all I had left were some rather easy courses, so I sought employment, and I received a job through the Employment Service as a junior toxicologist, a trainee in toxicology, in the office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York, and under the chief toxicologist, Dr. Alexander Gettler and Dr. Charles Umberger. I was there for approximately two and a half years, being trained there and actually performing service work, of course. I then, as I mentioned, went to Jefferson, and I took you through the time that I left my full-time status as at that time, assistant professor, and became chief toxicologist for the city of Philadelphia. My job at that point in time was to organize a laboratory and a division of toxicology. There was none in the medical examiner's office because the medical examiner had just been established, and also to organize and direct the Poison Information Center for the city. After that, what I did is the medical examiner's office was in the health department of the city. I conducted toxicological analyses on autopsy cases for the medical examiner, assisted hospitals in the differential diagnosis of poisoning. At that time, that's about the only source they had for laboratory work, is to avail themselves of the medical examiner's toxicologist. I did some consultative work for a variety of city agencies, and I started to train and conduct research in toxicology as well. I did that from 19 56 when I became chief, and I organized and directed the Poison Information Center. I did that until 1970 for 14 years, and
Is Office of the Medical Examiner, is that similar to what we call a coroner?
very similar, yes. The operation that was here, the toxicologist that was here was a colleague of mine that I knew very well for many years, and the medical examiner, the coroner I knew very well, and I still know all the people quite well in the ME's office here. It's very similar. You have I think you have a coroner's medical examiner or a coroner's chief forensic pathologist. So it adds up to the same thing. It's just politically different issue. The medical examiner is appointed upon examination and selection.
This is not your employment history. Ask another question, please.
Can you tell us from 1956 to 1970, when you were with the Medical Examiner's Office, approximately how much of your work involved working with law enforcement agencies?
Well, it all related to law enforcement agencies. We had a weekly conference with the chief of the DA's homicide division, with the chief homicide detective in the city of Philadelphia, going over all the homicide cases. But the office was independent of the law enforcement agencies as a very important part of its function, and that is to be an ombudsman in cases for the medical examiner, not the toxicologist, to determine the manner of death, whether or not criminality might be involved.
Now, from 1970 to now, what's your employment been?
Well, in 1970, I left the employment of the city and started an independent laboratory and consultative company, National Medical Services, in which at that time I continued to do a lot of post-mortem toxicology for the surrounding counties.
I'll get into the specifics of that, but how large is National Medical Services now?
Well, now it has 120 people in it. It's not my doing, that's my son's.
And does that company do business with law enforcement agencies?
Yes, indeed.
Approximately what percentage of the work is done for law enforcement agencies?
The forensic work that we do is perhaps as much as 20% of our work.
Could you give me just a real rough list of some of the law enforcement agencies that you work for?
Well, we work for many of the police departments in the surrounding counties, for the district attorney's office, for cases that they bring to us in the surrounding counties. We occasionally work with the police department and the courts in the city of Philadelphia, too. We are outside the city. So we assist there on, well, either the courts themselves or sometimes the defense attorneys. It makes no difference.
Do you work with...
We also do work for police departments at times in New Jersey, as far away. Well, we have done work for the Los Angeles Police Department at one point, or we may have done some more recently that I don't know of. We do it for all over the country.
Do you do work for any foreign police agencies?
Yes, occasionally we did some work for the medical examiner and the prosecutor in Brazil, in one of the countries. Puerto Rico, of course, was part of the United States. We have done work there. We've received specimens in 3 criminal cases, potential criminal cases, from Australia, one of which is specifically from a police department, the other one's from a medical examiner, third one a private party, recently.
Does your lab do work for other labs?
It's a major part of our work is reference work. That means work that large laboratories which do a lot of clinical analysis get, and that are specialized toxicological tests, and they send them to us with their reference lab.
Can you give us an estimate of how much of your business is actually work that other labs send to you to do for them?
I can only give it to you for the time while I was administratively involved in the company, which stopped about 3 or 4 years ago. And at that time, it was about 30% or 40% was reference work from other laboratories.
Now, do you have an ongoing working relationship with the FBI?
Yes.
Now, I don't want to mention any specific cases, but are you currently working with Agent Roger Martz of the FBI on some criminal cases?
Well, we are really not actually working on them, but we are discussing how to work on them that we have, yeah.
And does that work involve detecting or developing methods to detect the presence of poisons in tissue?
In one case, it will involve the development of methods. In the other case, it will be what analysis will the FBI do or has done already, and what analysis will I do because of my capabilities.
And just Special Agent Roger Martz is sitting right behind
Yes,
you, right?
yes, of course.
Now, could you tell us very briefly when you started doing work with chromatography?
Well, I started doing work with paper chromatography, which was the first form of chromatography that came out while I was still a graduate student. So that was in, let's say, 1950. I started doing thin layer chromatography, which is a more modern method, and used it extensively following a Gordon Research Conference in which I participated in 1959 or 60. Same year, I started working with gas chromatography, 1959, 1960. I started to work with gas chromatography coupled, hyphenated, the hyphenated systems, with the technique called mass spectrometry. In the 70s.
Now, was that around the time when that technology actually was started?
Well, the technology started earlier as an academic research technology, but it's around the time where there were beginning to be some bioanalytical applications for real-life situations.
Now, have you done work in what's called HPLC, or high-pressure liquid chromatography?
Yes, I have.
Since about what time?
1973, or I think 1973 is when we got our first instrument, after I'd familiarized myself with it for some time prior thereto. And so that's about when I started to actually hands-on do a lot of work on it and then supervise a lot of work.
Do you currently in your lab do mass spectrometry?
Oh, yes, we do.
And how many instruments do you have that do mass spectrometry?
7 or 8.
Now, we'll get into the details of what that is in a second, but have you done what's called tandem mass spectrometry?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
A few times, or hands-on only.
Okay.
It's, again, that is a relatively new, not commonly available technique in toxicology labs, at least.
Could you tell us briefly what is EDTA?
Well, EDTA is the name of a chemical substance which in full is called ethylene, E-T-H-Y-L-E-N-E, diamine, D-I-A-M-I-N-E, acetic, A-C-E-T-I-C, acid. Ethylene, diamine, tetraacetic acid.
I'll put up slide number 1 in my... This would be the 1257 series. This would be 1257A. Doctor, can you see the monitor right there to your right?
Yes.
Is that is that what EDTA is, what you just
Yes.
spelled? Okay. Could you tell us what a purple or lavender top tube is?
That name is in medicine, in laboratory medicine, or anyone who uses human blood for testing, the name for an evacuated tube, which has a stopper that is, some call it lavender, some call it purple in color, and that makes you recognize it clearly as a tube which has EDTA in it.
I'd like to have a photograph marked as next order. 1258.
All right.
And I'd like to have this put on the Elmo, please.
This is a photo of tubes.
Yes.
1258, Mrs. Robertson, photo of tubes.
Doctor, can you look at your monitor and tell us if that appears to be two purple top tubes?
That is the typical appearance of the purple top tubes, yes.
Now, what is the relationship between EDTA and a purple top tube?
Well, EDTA, either as a potassium or a sodium salt, is put into the purple top tubes, which have a vacuum in them, so that when blood is drawn and mixed with it, that blood won't coagulate. That's the sole purpose. It has some preservative properties for certain types of cells and other things, but what the EDTA does, the EDTA is what's called in English a claw compound, like a lobster's claw, a chelating agent. And what the excess of EDTA does, that's in the tube, is combine with all of the calcium in the blood and tie it up. Without calcium, blood won't clot. If you don't do that, then the blood will clot in 5-7 minutes,
Now, you had experience in your background working with EDTA.
A great deal, yes.
And approximately when did you do your first work with EDTA?
In the early 50s.
And just briefly, what was the nature of that work?
The first thing that I became involved in is to study its properties as to whether or not it could be used for treating acute lead poisoning in small children who were at the Jefferson Hospital. And then in working with one of the physicians in administering, in designing doses, administering it, collecting blood and urine, and measuring the lead that's coming out of the child. Then this was expanded to working with it in occupational employment cases where people are exposed to lead, battery workers and others, both in treating their kind of lead poisoning, which is different from what is in children. But also we developed a diagnostic test for whether to determine whether or not someone had an excessive body burden of lead and therefore should be treated even before they got really sick. So all that was published work. And then I did a substantial amount of test tube work with EDTA and also experimental work with animals. I also did experimental work, or rather studies. It wasn't really experimental, it was clinical work in determining how EDTA mobilizes and causes the excretion of other elements besides lead. Again, with published work for copper, for zinc, for a number of other metals that EDTA can chelate. In the process, well, this was the biological work. The in vitro work was measuring the strength of the way that EDTA holds on to metals. How easily will it rip it away from some part of the body? How it'll redistribute the lead, and whether it's absorbed. I fed in animals, not in man. We did not feed any people because we came to the conclusion that oral EDTA can only do harm rather than good to people who have metal poisoning.
Did some of that work involve analyzing biological samples for the presence of EDTA?
Some of it did, yes.
Starting about when?
I made some attempts at analysis of EDTA as early as 1954 or 55. They were successful for a qualitative test in urine, but not for anything else. They were color tests of a sort. I did a lot of tests, not a lot, some testing for EDTA while I was toxicologist for the city, because ever so often I would receive a blood specimen and I needed to know what was the preservative. And the pathologist couldn't help me. He didn't remember whether he had dumped in blood from the reagents from a lavender top tube or from a gray top tube. A gray top tube has fluoride and oxalate in it, or whether he didn't put anything in. After death, blood stays fairly liquid. It clots, but then it liquefies again. So you can't really tell. If you get a tube of clotted blood, you know that's blood that has not been preserved with anything, usually. That's why it clots quickly.
Have you worked on chromatography techniques to detect the presence of EDTA?
Yeah, that came later.
And that started about when?
Oh, I started to do some of that around 1976 or 77. But it isn't for detecting EDTA at ultra-trace levels. It's to determine whether a blood specimen is an EDTA specimen, has a lot of EDTA in it, or whether it's a fluoride oxalate specimen, whether it's been preserved with that. More recently, I'm able to determine whether heparin was used. I couldn't do that until recently.
Doctor, have you, I didn't ask you about your publications before. Have you published articles and made presentations in your area of expertise?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Over 100.
And do you know approximately how many of those, how many of your articles are in peer-reviewed journals?
What?
How many of your articles appeared in peer-reviewed journals?
I think well over half.
And did some of those articles include articles about EDTA?
Yes.
And approximately how many?
Dozen or so.
Now, were you asked to review results of a study performed by the FBI to determine whether there was EDTA present on bloodstains found on a pair of socks found in Mr. Simpson's bedroom and from a blood stain found on the back gate of Nicole Brown Simpson's condo?
Yes.
And have you examined test results produced by the FBI on those questions?
Yes.
Have you also examined a validation study that the FBI performed in February of this year?
To the extent to which they were submitted, yes.
Incidentally, at one point were you consulted by the Los Angeles Police Department during the course of this case about methods to detect EDTA in bloodstains?
Yes.
Do you remember who that was?
Mr. Henkhaus, Henchaus.
And did you provide him with some materials to assist them in developing a method to detect EDTA?
Yes, of course.
Now, do you have an opinion as to whether the method used by the FBI to detect the presence of EDTA in bloodstains is a valid method for detecting the presence of EDTA in blood?
Yes, the method is valid. It is capable of detecting EDTA, of identifying it, of measuring it, even if not the way it's done. The measurement is, you can't really make any quantitative measurements too readily.
In terms of determining whether it's there or
whether
not.
it is there and whether it is there in a range, a very wide range of amounts.
Now, when we talk about amounts, do we use the term parts per million?
No, that's concentration.
Concentration, okay.
That's a different.
And tell us briefly, what is, when you use the term parts per million, what does that mean?
It means one part, in the case of EDTA, in 1 million parts of blood. This would mean, for instance, 1 microgram per milliliter, which is 1 gram, or 1 million micrograms of blood. That's 1 part per million.
Did the method developed by the FBI that you reviewed, in your opinion, is it capable of detecting amounts of EDTA in blood in the parts per million range?
Yeah, in a range of maybe 10 parts per million and higher, perhaps somewhat less than that, perhaps 5 parts per million and higher.
Now, is parts per billion 1,000th of parts per million?
Yep, it's 1 billionth, and a billion is 1,000 million.
But if you're relating parts per million to parts per billion, you're talking about 1,000th as much of something in parts per billion.
Yes. There are 1,000 parts per million in 1 part per, there are 1,000 parts per billion in 1 part per million. They are the same. 1,000 parts per billion or 1 part per million.
Now, Doctor, I want to ask you some questions about EDTA and what characteristics the FBI was looking for. Can we have slide C? Well, 57 C. Now, do chemical compounds like EDTA have what's called a molecular weight?
Yes, sure.
And is this isn't in pounds or ounces, is it?
It's in units. The molecular weight is how many hydrogen atoms you can cram into a molecule to get the same weight. That's the unit. The weight of hydrogen is nominally 1. So something that has a molecular weight of 292, as we have here, and 292 is the molecular weight, is as big, weighs as much as 292 hydrogen atoms.
So what is the molecular weight of EDTA?
292.
And I assume different compounds have different molecular weights?
Yes, there are other compounds with 292 weight, but they are not terribly many.
Is 292 a relatively high molecular weight?
Relatively high, yes.
And
as you go higher, fewer and fewer compounds will have exactly the same weight.
Now, looking at the chart on the screen, the chart indicates adding a proton to 292 gives you what?
293. The
And
proton's the same as a hydrogen atom with a charge on it, positive charge hydrogen atom.
And why do you need to have a charge on it?
Well, you need a charge on an atom in order for the principle of mass spectrometry to measure it. The mass spectrometer measures charged atoms, measures the charges. And what it does, it gives you a number which is the ratio of the mass, the molecular weight, over the charge. In this case, it would be 293 over 1, so that the ion that you then have, which is EDTA with a positive charge hooked on its head, has a weight of 293, and the charge, that's the mass, 293, the charge is called Z, like zebra, over 1. So it's 293.
So is it fair to say that if you were looking for EDTA in a substance, one of the things you'd look for was whether you had something that weighed 293?
Yes.
And what's that called, 293?
That's called the parent ion. It's the whole molecule plus a charge on it. So it's an ion. The whole molecule doesn't have a charge on it, but it gets a charge on it, and so it's called a parent ion, because from it can come fragments.
Now, could we have the next slide, slide D? Now, Doctor, please look at your monitor, and the bottom part of that diagram indicates that the parent ion is broken into pieces. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the function of the mass spectrometer. First thing it does, it weighs the ions that are there. It weighs the molecule. The molecule, in order to be weighed, has to have a charge. So it adds a proton and then weighs it. So it gets a 293, which is the molecule plus 1. The molecule, remember, is 292. Then it breaks that molecule into pieces, but not the way that you break a bottle of beer, but the way that a jeweler cuts a diamond. It breaks it along certain planes and not others, so that the pieces that result are somewhat predictable from the structure of the compound. If you apply energy to it, it'll break up into certain kinds of pieces. Now what it does, it weighs the pieces to see what weight do they have. In this case, one of the pieces, one of the daughters, you might say, of that 292 after it was broken up, has a weight of 160. And so that you now have two identifying characteristics. There is a substantial amount among all of the ions of a 293, enough so you can weigh it, and there is enough of the breakup product 160 so you can weigh that.
I now want to talk a little bit about chromatography. Could we have slide F? Your Honor, the last slide was 1257D.
Thank you.
This is 1257F. Now, the process that was used by the FBI in this case involved a step called chromatography and then a step called mass spectrometry, correct?
Yes.
Now, chromatography, could you describe briefly, looking at the chart up there, what is the principle of chromatography?
The principle of chromatography is the separation of compounds that are mixed together by having them go for a walk. So it's characteristic, for instance, you take a group of people, a whole bunch of people, and you say, now, I want you to walk from here to a mile from here as fast as you can. You all start at the same point. Gradually, over that mile, it spreads out until the EDTA person is somewhere there, and all the others are also spread out. Good chromatography separates a mixture into all of its components, or all of the components that you're interested in at least. And then at the end of the mile, there's someone with a camera who takes a picture of the person coming through the end gate and determines how long it took from here to the mile from here. It says that is the retention time. That's how long that person was retained on the road to the goal.
Go to the next slide and see if we can illustrate that, which will be G. Now, in my example, I've used a red square as an EDTA compound molecule, and two other ones, one green and one yellow. The column that's indicated on the diagram, what is that?
That is actually a glass or a metal column which is filled with a material that the person can lean on, so to speak, if you make it a parallel to this, so that there are things along the mileway where you can stop and lean on if you want to for a little before you go on. What's driving the material through that column is a liquid. In this case, in the illustrating case of people moving as fast as they can, the drive is more inward, you know, if you want to win or you just want to make it to the other end. But what is moving you is your muscles through gravity. And some people lean longer and others lean less long, and so they start spreading out. So the column is packed with the material, and it's the mixture is pushed through the column with the liquid at a steady rate. As the mixture goes through the column, it leans on and releases from the column the different compounds, different number of times, so that again, by the end of the column, they have separated from each other. In this case, the EDTA is the slowest that I had here. It's the last one out of the column. Other things before it came out before.
Now, in the diagram, I have a clock at the top and a clock at the bottom. Is that to represent the amount of time it takes the EDTA to get from the start, go through the column, and come out the other end?
Yes, that is the stopwatch, and what it measures is the retention time.
And is that one of the things that you look at to determine whether you have EDTA in a substance?
Yes, in a good system, you can repeat that. You can take another sample of the mixture and throw it on the column and push it through, and the retention time is going to be pretty much the same, close to it, within what you allow as experimental error. It won't be the same to 10 decimals in time, but it should be close enough so that you can say, well, when I see something coming up at that time, I better think of EDTA. And that, that's what EDTA does, so it could be EDTA.
Now,
It's consistent with it.
and can you also put known EDTA into the system to see how much time it takes to get through, so you have some sort of a benchmark to...
Well, you start out with known EDTA just to determine its retention time. But since from day to day and actually from run to run, you can get differences, what you like to use is another substance which you also put in yourself at the same time, which also has a known retention time, but more importantly, is closely enough related to the EDTA so that if there's going to be a change in retention time for the EDTA, there'll be a similar shift for your known substance that's called an internal standard. So now, instead of saying it took 2 minutes for the EDTA to come out, you say it took twice as long as it does for the control substance, for the internal standard, which took 1 minute. The next time, maybe you really have a very different column, and it takes 3 minutes for the EDTA to come out. It'll take 1.5 minutes for the internal standard. So the ratio will remain the same. It's a very important part of reproducing your values as closely as you can.
Okay, we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. But now, the technique that was used by the FBI is called liquid chromatography, correct? And does that mean that it's a liquid that they pushed through the column that might have had EDTA in it?
Yes.
Now, the next stage is the mass spectrometry stage, correct?
Well, actually, the next stage is getting it from the end of the column to the mass spectrometer.
And that, to be put through the mass spectrometry, does it have to be a liquid or a gas?
Well, it has to be either particles that are so fine that they are virtually no bigger than gas molecules or that they can move, or it has to be a gas.
And now, using liquid chromatography, if it comes out as a liquid, how do they get it to a gas or to a small misting particle?
Well, originally, way originally, what you did is you watched the liquid chromatograph and the detector, and when the peak started to come out, when one of the molecules, or of course a lot of them, because you put in not just one molecule of each, but whatever came out, you caught it in a net, in a fraction collector. Then you took that fraction and you put it into a tiny glass vial and evaporated off the liquid part of it so that you had a solid in it. Then what you did is you shoved that vial into the mass spectrometer and you heated it up until the material in the little vial on the probe evaporated, formed a gas, and then it could react in the mass spectrometer.
What technique did the FBI use?
The FBI used a method where the liquid goes into a very tiny, but moderately long piece of a glass capillary. It has a tiny, it's a glass tube with a tiny opening and a tiny run. That is heated and has applied to it a very high voltage and a moderate amperage, high electricity. That's why it's called electrospray. At the same time, a gas passes over it, a sheathing gas and a separating gas. And what happens is that the liquid at the end of the capillary is sprayed out, and in minuscule form and dry form, the water is removed by the sheathing gas, goes into the mass spectrometer. So it's one way, and it's the most recent way, and one of the most efficient ways of getting the sample in there. Before that, you turn it into a gas in a chamber, and then you put the gas out through a small opening which was partly open to the open air, so that much of the carrier gas would go out into the air, and the stream of vapor of the molecules that you wanted would go in. And that's a much less efficient way of transferring from the column to the mass spectrometer.
And the electrospray process, does it change any of the ions?
No, it doesn't. If it changed the ions, then you basically wouldn't know where you stand.
Now, electrospray, is that do you use that technique in your lab?
No.
And is that a fairly expensive piece of equipment to use?
Well, yes, of course, all equipment's expensive. All of this type equipment is expensive, but it is of relatively recent origin. It's the most up-to-date transfer of molecules in the Hewlett-Packard instrument. And as a commercial laboratory, we have to wait until something has proven itself before we put out $750,000. So we are not the first ones, but also not the last ones to get it. And in time we will.
Now, I'd like to move on to slide I and get into the mass spectrometry part of this process. Now, does the mass spectrometer have a way of looking to see whether the 293 parent ion is there?
Yes.
And how does it, just very briefly, how does it do that?
Well, basically what the mass spectrometer is a piece of equipment which, to characterize it, weighs the particles that are in there, sorts them out into groups, into 293s and others, and then weighs how many of those particles are there, what's the intensity of that ion. Then that's a regular mass spectrometer, single-stage mass spectrometer.
Now, in the kind of testing that was done here is a filtering system set up so that only the 293 parent ion gets through.
Well, then in this case, what you do is you set up a filter and you set it so that only the 293 will get through. That's done both in terms of the mass, but also in terms of charge. And such a filter works quite nicely. So you isolate from the others the 293 ion. Now, what you can do is put it on a detector and say it's present, period. Or you can put it into a second mass spectrometer, but in fairly pure form. You just have 293 molecular ions there. All the other stuff that's in there is not going with it.
Okay, let me put up slide J. Now, is that an indication of just in chart form, of the parent ion getting through the filter and other ions not getting through?
That's what a filter does. It keeps the other particles out, and the 293s go into the next place, which is either a detector, which says, yeah, there are 293, I'm seeing things, and the filter's taking everything out except the 293. So what I'm seeing is 293.
Now, can we have chart K? Now, is there a second step in order to look for the daughter ion?
Yeah. If instead of going to a detector only, it is detected, but it also is then put into another mass spectrometer by the system, then that mass spectrometer again breaks the 293 the way a jeweler breaks a piece of a diamond. He starts out with a 10 carat, he breaks it down to 3, 2, etc. Then he takes one of the 3 carats and cuts that further.
Can we have slide L, please? Now, does this chart indicate what happens when it passes through the second filter? It's broken, and then the 160 daughter ion is measured.
Right. Again, there is a filter which focuses, it's a focusing device, but which filters out other things and pushes them aside and looks for 160 masses. Those 160 masses are gathered together, and one by one they hit a detector. So the detector says, I see things, I see things, I see things, and they are 160s because the others have been filtered out.
Now, can we go to slide M, please? So if you were trying to determine whether EDTA was present in a substance, what are the 3 things that you would look for with this kind of testing?
The first thing that you look for is if I extract something with water and put it through my column that I'm using in this experiment, where I've tested EDTA and found that it comes out in 5-6 minutes or whatever, will something come out at 6 minutes? That's the retention time, or whatever the retention time is. Then, what I will do is to have a mass spectrometer look at what comes out at that retention time and tell me whether I'll focus on the 293, whether there's anything 293, which is also a characteristic of EDTA. So the retention time is one characteristic. The 293 that I'm looking at, that means I'm only looking for orange-eyed people, you might say. If I see orange-eyed people, I count them. Others I don't count. I take all the orange-eyed people after I've counted them and throw them in the next mass spectrometer, and it breaks them up and only leaves the orange eyes, which weigh 160, let's say.
So we're looking for those three things.
Retention time, well, no, we look for more than that. We look for water solubility, because that's how we got it. We look for it going through the column at all, because a lot of things don't go through that column. And also that if it does go through the column, that it takes it as much time and no more and no less than the window that I know will contain EDTA. So that's really, in a sense, the third parameter. Then comes the does it contain enough molecular ions, 293 masses, you know, are there enough guys in there with, or gals with 293 on their shirts so that I can actually count them? Because if it's less than a certain number, I can't really count them. So can I see them? Are they there in my detection, within my detection limit? Then, after breaking those up, the third parameter is the pieces that have 160 tattooed on them. And that's what we're looking for. So that we have essentially 5 parameters.
Did you want to take a break?
5 minutes.
Okay. Now, also, one of the other things that is measured in this system is what's called ion count.
Yes.
And that's, is that essentially counting the number of ions that are getting through to the 160 stage there?
Well, it's counting the number of ions that the detector can see, and where it can separate the counts one from the other, where it can really count 1, 2, 3, 4. And that means that the detector has to snap at an ion and record it before the next ion gets there. Otherwise, it'll record 2 as 1. So it depends on how quickly it is scanning what's coming in. And if it scans 1,000 times a second, it's not going to miss many particles, many 293s. But if it scans it 50 times a second, then it'll count 10 as 1, you know, like a bunch. So, but that's what it does. It gives you a measure of the amount of that particular 293 or 160 that has come into the mass spectrometer, has been ionized, and then in the first one seen and counted as 293 ions. And then in the second one, how many counts did the detector make?
Now, can we go to the next slide, please? Slide N. In the testing done by the FBI, did you review material indicating that they had tested a swatch from the back gate representing stain number 117?
Yes.
And what number did the FBI assign to that stain, that swatch?
I would have to see the numbering system. I think I have it here. May I?
Sure.
Refresh my memory. From the back gate. They gave that the number Q204, I believe.
Now, the sock stain Is your understanding that the sock stain that was examined was a cutting from the edge of a large stain on the sock?
Yes.
And what number was that given? Was that given number Q206?
Yes, Q206.
Now, could we switch to slide P, please? Well, is your understanding that, well, there we go. On slide P, what's your understanding from the paperwork prepared by the FBI as to where Q206 came from on the sock?
Q206 was cut from the edge of a stain.
Could you look at the monitor? Does that appear to be a chart showing the approximate location of that cutting?
It's similar to what I had on a piece of paper, yes. It's a good representation.
And the green area is represented, that's a large cutout on the sock, correct?
Yes,
That was presumably already there. And Q206 was a cutting taken from the edge
yes.
of that larger cutting. Was there also a swatch submitted that had been taken from the large swatch that had been cut that was called Q207?
You mean that was taken from the swatch that didn't have the stain on it?
No, that was taken presumably from the large cutout piece and sent to the FBI along with the sock. Or are you aware of that?
The 207?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't see it in my papers here, the Q207. It may be. I would have to look through the pile. It's a big pile and it wasn't submitted in a good order, so I'd have to look through the whole thing. But I don't recall it.
Let me ask you this. Did you see any testing done using the method that we've described, looking for the 293 parent iron, the 160 daughter iron, on any sock stain other than Q206?
No.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for about 15 minutes. Dr. Readers, you can step down. Come back in 15 minutes, please.
Thank you.
All right. Seated. All right, the record to reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Dr. Frederick Readers is on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Blazier. And Mr. Blazier, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Readers, what is a chromatogram?
A chromatogram is a depiction of what at various times is seen by a detector looking at the end of the column where in this case, the liquid comes out, and where the liquid itself does not elicit a signal from the detector, but anything that comes out that is not the moving liquid, that is not the airstream, that is one of the people, anything that's one of the people walking down the road a mile comes out, the detector shows its presence and some measure of how much of it, how many molecules, or how large an amount, not concentration, but how large an amount is passing in front of the detector. And depicts that by a peak along a line, and every time something comes out, there's another peak, if it is seen by the detector.
Can I have marked as a group exhibit 2 diagrams, 2 chromatograms,
1259.
1259A and B. For the record, 1259A is has DA discovery number 4088 and is a chromatogram on sample Q206. 1259B is DA discovery number 4094 and is also a chromatogram of Q206.
Right, Q206. Thank you.
Doctor, let me show you 1259A and B. Can you tell me if those are chromatograms?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to, we scan those as well. Could we have 4088?
Sir?
We're going to show you something on the monitor, Doctor. Doctor, could you look at the monitor and compare what's up there with 4088 that you have in your hand? And other than one being a positive and one being a negative, do they appear to be the same?
Looks like it is that what's on the monitor is from that same chromatogram.
Now, that is a chromatogram produced by the FBI on the SOX stain, correct? The Q206?
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you about just a couple of things on this form. I'm going to zoom in a little bit up in this corner. Try to here, anyway. What does the 160 up in that corner there where the arrow is indicate?
$160. Where is that? In the upper right corner?
The upper left.
Upper left. I'm sorry. Oh, I see on the chromatogram itself. It means that what is being monitored by the detecting device is the daughter ion 160 that has been isolated in the second mass spectrometer and filtered, and now filtered and isolated from the other ions, and is now impacting on the detector as the liquid is flowing out of the column, being transformed into the electrospray, entering the first mass spectrometer, and going into the next one where it's converted into a daughter ion. So that means that is the ion that's being monitored.
Now, what does that tell you about whether the parent ion, what does that tell you about the 293 parent ion?
Well, that in and of itself only tells me that one of the daughter ions of whatever it was that went into the second mass spectrometer, and which was the 293 daughter ion, broke up and gave off one piece that's a 160.
So we know that this had to have come from the 293 parent ion.
Yes.
Now let me blow up a little bit where this peak in the chart is. Can you tell me what the number 37 means?
The number 37 is you see a line on the bottom? What it does, it counts the number of the scans that go on. This is scan number 37, that the detector scans the gas that's coming past. And on the 37th pass, it has this particular peak. So that's the retention time of the substance in terms of number of scans rather than minutes, but it's the same thing. It's along a movement axis. The liquid flows past, and the earliest things are on the right, and the current, the latest things are on the left.
Now the other two numbers right below the 37, what do those mean?
The first of these is the detector took in the signals that it got, and it added them all up, and it measured how high a peak was generated from it in counting units. And the height of that peak was 24,223 counting units. The next line, what it does, it makes measurements of all the points in that peak that it can and gives you an area of that peak. Because as you can see, that peak has a height and it has an area. You can see it right on there. And the area is 98,443 counts. In short, the area in counts is roughly four times as many counts to cover the area than to cover the height.
Now, does the size of the peak? Let me withdraw that. How does the machine know where to draw a triangle? Does that depend on what the operator tells it to do?
Well, it can be that the operator says, I want you to count everything that's between a certain space, or it can be termed to select that pick 2 points that are on a line of where this substance is coming through, because, walking past the detector, you don't move past it instantly, nor do all the molecules, but first a few appear, then more and more and more, and then less and less and less, so you get this kind of a peak. It's the appearance, the presence, and the disappearance that is shown. So you can program how wide a base you want, or you can program, draw a line from a point of a certain height. You see on the left, the counts are 50, 100, up to where the M over Z 160s. There are these count numbers. And so these are height numbers, really, in a sense. So it says, draw anything that has a height less than what some of the noise might be to the next point where you have that same. So you can do it in a variety of ways, but the instrument is instructed over what range to draw the line and the peak.
Now let me blow up the top part of the chart where it says masses 158 to 150 or 162. What does that tell you?
That means that the eye of the mass spectrometer, the way that it is counting is that it'll count anything that comes past it that has a 158 or a 159 or a 160 or a 161 or a 162 M over Z. If it's a high resolution instrument, then it would start counting 158.1, 158.2, etc. But ordinarily it just counts these unit masses, so that anything in that range is seen by it. And this way you can actually get peaks in various places. In some places, in some retention times, there may be some things that have a moderate amount of more of 159, in others 160, but that is all within the mass range in which the daughter ion sits right in the middle.
Now, if you set the machinery to just look at the 160 rather than a range from 158 to 162, are you likely to have a higher peak?
Yeah, because it can, I told you, it depends, the number that it gets will depend on how rapidly it's checking off. You know, I see one, I see one, I see one. If it's slow, then it's got 2 or 3 that it sees at the same time, and you get a lower number of counts. If you focus just on the 160, then that same counts per minute is counting just 60s. Right now it's counting anything between 158 and 162, and so if they're stuck together it just becomes one count rather than separate counts.
Is it the same kind of thing that you might have if I was taking a picture of you with a video camera? If I was scanning it from the judge over to the bailiff back and forth like this, you're going to be on the screen less time than if I just put it right on you.
Right. And so if you needed to sum all those pictures that were taken of me, you'd have fewer pictures if it's scanned than if it just sat right on me during that time.
And if you do an even broader scan, the peak would be equivalently less. Is that correct?
Less and less, yes.
And you might not even see it at some point.
Yes.
This will be 1257Q. Now, Doctor, could you take a look and tell me if the 2 charts that are on the screen now are the same as the 2 that I handed to you, 4088 and 4094?
Yes, they are what appears to be an accurate reproduction of what I have in front of me.
And are those 2 different tests that the FBI ran on Q206, the sock stain?
There are 2 separate tests, it looks like, on the stain.
Can we go to R? Now, Doctor, I've highlighted the peaks on those 2 charts. Does the chart up on the screen there correlate to the peaks that appear on those 2 chromatograms?
Yes.
Now, is the retention time on those 2 charts consistent with the retention time that the FBI determined you would have with EDTA?
Yes.
And do both of those charts demonstrate not only the presence of the 293 parent ion, but the 160 daughter ion?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether, based on those chromatograms from the FBI, whether the presence of EDTA has been demonstrated on the blood stain from the sock, Q206?
Just on the basis of the 160 or the entire picture?
The entire picture.
On the basis of the entire picture, this has been, at these concentrations, presented as strongly as it can with present technology.
As what?
as EDTA.
Now, EDTA is what's called an organic compound, correct?
Yes, it has carbon in it, therefore it's organic.
And anything that has carbon in it is called an organic compound?
Yes.
And do we know how many there are in the universe? Organic compounds?
Well, no, we don't know how many organic compounds there are in the universe. Obviously not, because we are discovering new ones, we are making new ones, but we're also discovering new ones every day.
Is it possible that there might be some other substance in the universe that gave the same pattern as we see here as EDTA?
Well, of course, there might be anything in the universe. We don't know all the things that are in the universe, so of course there could be.
Do you know of any specific compound other than EDTA that has the 293 parent ion, the 160 daughter ion, the appropriate retention time, and the other characteristics that you described about solubility other than EDTA?
Well, as far as retention time is concerned, I have not seen any chromatography. This is the first time that it was done under these conditions, so I can't relate it. There's no internal standard, so I can't assign a relative amount to it. But as far as the parent ion, the estimated retention time, that means under the conditions that they use, the short retention substance, relatively short retention substance, a parent ion of 293 and a daughter ion of 160, I don't know of any such substance, and I have not been able to find any in the search of the Merck index of substances. So I've looked and I haven't found any.
I have another document marked actually with minute C of that last series because it goes together. To be 1259C.
All right.
Doctor, take a look at this first, then we'll put it on the Elmo. Does this appear to be what's called a full daughter ion scan chromatogram for Q206?
Yes, it scans all the masses from 130, which I think is one of the lowest daughter ions of the 293 ion, all the way up to 295, which is the molecular ion +3.
Now, can I take it that what this is, it's looking for the other pieces in addition to the 160?
That is correct.
Can you put this on the Elmo, please? Doctor, could you look up at the top right-hand corner and tell us what range was being scanned with that chromatogram?
From mass 130, which is one of the breakup pieces of the parent ion. When that breaks up, it gives rise to 130, among others, all the way up to 295, which, as I said, is the piece larger than the molecule.
Now, is using my analogy of a television camera, are we talking about a very long range of scan?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that any particular point that's being looked at is not being looked at very frequently because of the broad range of the scan?
Yes.
Now, in this particular one, there are no peaks or triangles identified, correct?
Well, they are not identified by being drawn as triangles or numbered. That's correct.
Do you see any things on there that could be potential indications of the presence of these ions at around the right retention time?
Oral. Oral.
Yes, indeed. We have within the same range within which we determined before a countable picture, because it was more focused. Remember in the previous one, we do have the highest peaks in that chromatogram fall into the same retention time range for all of the ions as they did for the ones that were clearly recognized as being 160 ions because of the focus on them.
Now, I'm pointing my pen to the top one, which is the 132 daughter ion. Is this what you're talking about? Is the peak right in here? There.
Yeah. Yes, except that the way that this, in the electrospray, you get movement, you don't get that clear a definition, that there are several points in here which you would find with the 160 daughter ions.
And now the 160 chart right below that, is that what you're talking about there, that peak, that
Right.
is a possible indication of the
Yes.
presence of that? Now, you will acknowledge, will you not, that these peaks aren't nearly as well defined as the ones we've looked at before, correct?
Yes, of course, they are much smaller. The area is smaller and the peak is smaller because all of the energy for counting is spread over the range of 130 to
295?
to 295, whereas in the other one, it is concentrated. All the energy of counting is to individually count each 160 fragment along with the other ones close next to it.
Does this mean that the EDTA that you saw in the earlier two charts has somehow disappeared?
No, it's you have a less sensitive method. So the same amount of EDTA will show up as a peak that is not as tall and that doesn't have as much of an area. It looks fuzzier. It's looking at it through a somewhat darker glass than you looked at the 160. But you get more information in return.
I have two other charts. Could we have these marked as next in order A and B?
Is this 1260? 1260.
1260 A and B?
Yes.
And for the record, 1260A has DA discovery number 4084 and is a chromatogram from a testing from Q204, the stain from the back gate. And 1260B is DA discovery number 4049, is a second test on the same stain from a different day. Dr. Readers, let me show you 1260A and 1260B. Does this appear to be two chromatograms from two different tests on two different days of the stain from the back gate in Nicole Brown Simpson's condominium?
Well, I can't see the dates. They are at different times, but the date is not apparent.
Now,
Is that what you have on the side? 222 and 228, is that the date?
yes.
Yes.
Incidentally, when you were provided with the materials from the FBI the first time, were you able to tell what dates the tests were done on?
On these papers?
Yes.
No.
And why was that?
They weren't shown. They were cut off or they weren't shown.
Were they in the order in which the tests had been run?
No.
Were they somewhat mixed up?
Yes.
Could we have 17Q? I'm sorry, 1257Q. Right. Let me show you what's 1257S. Does this appear to be an accurate depiction of both the chromatograms 4049, 4084, two tests on the back gate stain on 2 different days?
Yes.
Next slide, please. Doctor, do the peaks shown on those 2 chromatograms have a retention time consistent with the presence of EDTA?
Yes, they do. They have the same retention time range. They have a retention time well within the range shown by EDTA.
And do they also demonstrate the presence of both the 293 parent ion and the 160 daughter ion?
Yes, because without the 293, you can't get the 160 in the MS mode.
Do you have an opinion on whether, based on those chromatograms, there is EDTA present in the stain from the back gate?
In my opinion, yes. It demonstrates that there is EDTA present in that stain.
Now, what are negative controls?
Negative controls are samples put through the same procedure as your sample at issue, and samples which are known not to contain any added substance that you're looking for. And if run at appropriate sensitivity, they are negative controls because by the method used, they will give a negative test results if A, there is in fact no more, or if there isn't any there, and B, that the method that has been applied has worked as well there.
Did Agent Martz of the FBI test an area of the sock that did not have any apparent blood on it?
Yes, that's what he states he did.
Is that what's meant by negative control?
I believe so, that's what he meant, yes.
And did that indicate the presence of EDTA?
No, it did not.
And what does that tell you about the blood stain?
Well, that means, since it is my opinion that the blood stain contained EDTA, that came from the blood and not from the sock.
Does that rule out any contribution from laundry detergent or something else that might be throughout the entire sock?
Reasonably certainly, yes, unless, of course, the blood was dotted with laundry detergent, and nothing else on the sock was.
Now, as to the back gate, did Agent Martz run any negative controls on the back gate?
Yes.
And were those from a swatch taken from an area just away from the blood, but no blood on it?
Yes.
And how many of those negative controls did he run?
I recall 4.
And what was the results of his testing on those 4?
3 were negative and 1 was positive.
When you get a mixture like that, what's the interpretation?
Well, the interpretation is that you better run 4 more or do something like that because you have something there which doesn't make sense.
But the fact that you have 3 negative controls coming back negative, what does that indicate?
Well, if you want to put it on a majority basis, that there's a 75% probability that it's truly negative and that the 4th one is something that happened, either contamination, an accident, or, something happened to that sample, or that got mixed up. I can't tell you what, obviously, but...
Does the fact that 3 of the negative controls are negative indicate that there was no EDTA on the control swatch taken from the gate but not from the blood?
Oh, yes, it does.
Now, were you asked to consider the question of whether the FBI's methods were capable of reliably determining the amount of EDTA that the test detected to any degree of analytical certainty or accuracy?
The amount No, I really don't think that it is capable of doing a reasonably acceptable quantitative analysis job at all, which is inherent not in what the FBI did, but in the electrospray method.
Were you asked to determine whether the FBI methods were capable of reliably determining concentrations of EDTA in the evidence samples?
No way. And not only because of what I said before, but in order to do concentrations, you'd really have to know how much sample was in that swatch that you analyzed, how much got wiped off there, how much blood was in there that you have. And there's no way that you can really tell that from the tests that were done.
Now, again, by concentrations, we're talking about parts per million
Or parts per billion or whatever, yeah.
Was the FBI's testing methodology capable of determining parts per billion, in your opinion?
Well, no, it was not. Not at all.
Now, with the technique that the FBI used, we had talked previously about ion count, in other words, how high the peak is. You recall that?
Yes.
With this testing methodology, when they don't use an
variation between two runs, each on a 50 parts per million known sample.
And did you examine, did Agent Martz run several known EDTA standards, 50 parts per million, to see what kind of peak heights he got?
Yes, of course.
And was there a lot of variation in those peak heights?
Yes, sevenfold.
And does that indicate anything to you as to whether you can use peak height to accurately determine concentration?
Not individual peak heights, no.
Now, let's say if you wanted to use this method as a way of quantifying how much EDTA you found, what would be the appropriate procedure?
You could do it if you used a internal standard that I'd mentioned before, where the ratio of the area of the peak heights is constant at a given concentration, and where the two behave in a very, very similar manner.
Now, with an internal standard, is that a substance that's very close to the EDTA, but enough difference so that you can tell the difference?
That's the ideal, that you can tell the difference, but that otherwise the behavior is not significantly different. The properties are sufficiently different so you can separate them either with the liquid chromatograph or with the mass spectrometer.
And are those kinds of compounds available commercially?
Yes, sure.
Now, when you would use an internal standard, do you actually put the internal standard with the evidence that you're testing, or do you do it in a different run?
No, you do it right in the sample. The ideal thing is to, if you have a swatch like he had, is to put the internal standard on the swatch, known amount, and then extract it. Really put it on the swatch, let it dry, let it age a while, because you didn't just prepare it. It's been around a while. And then extract it. You know how much you should find from that. Now, of course, you run also controls where you just put neatly the internal standard into the machine and see the amount that I'm going to put on the swatch would show up if I get 100% of it back at a certain height in a certain area. And then I put it on the swatch, then I put it in the water, and so that eventually you end up with a chromatogram like this with two peaks, close to each other but far enough apart so that you can tell one from the other.
And does that allow you, since you know how much of the internal standard you put in there, does that allow you to then quantify how much was in the evidence?
Yes, by taking the ratio of the, let's say, the height of the known over the height of the unknown or vice versa, and comparing that with the standard, because that ratio is going to be reasonably constant.
Did Agent Martz use an internal standard in his testing?
No.
Is using an internal standard very common practice when running mass spec tests?
It is a standard procedure wherever you have one available, not only for quantitation, but also for retention time characterization. If one moves to a different retention time, so does the other. So again, that relative retention time is kept much tighter that way. It's almost become a requirement of chromatography, in quotes, of course.
Now, let's assume hypothetically that the stain from the back gate was put there using blood from a reference tube that had EDTA in it. And let's assume also hypothetically that the stain in the sock was placed there using blood with EDTA in it. Were you asked to consider the question of how much EDTA you would expect to find if you then tested those blood stains 8 months later?
Yes, I was asked.
Now, is it important when you're running a sample, if you want to determine how much of something like EDTA is present, that you know how much you start with?
How much sample you start with?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Now, if you had a blood swatch, let's say from the back gate or a piece of the sock from the sock that appeared to have blood in it, can you tell how much blood is there by just looking at it?
I can't.
What are the standard procedures used to determine the quantity of blood that might be in a swatch?
Well, you bring it into a water solution, preferably with a little ammonia because old stains are hard to get out. And you read that in a spectrophotometer for the hemoglobin content or for the hematin content, which is a fairly selective method, or else for the Soré band absorbing proteins, as you call them. That's one way. It's a simple way because you don't do anything to the sample. You can handle it afterwards, do anything you want to with it. You just put it in a light spectrophotometer and you get the spectrum, and at a certain wavelength against standards, you determine how much hemoglobin is, which is what really the blood has most of. Or if you're dealing with serum or plasma, how much protein based on the Soré band, which is also an absorption in the ultraviolet region. There is.
Are there any other
way? There are other ways of doing it. I mean, you know more about this probably than I do because you've been so well educated in this. You can determine the amount of DNA in it, and that tells you how much blood there was because blood has a fairly known amount of DNA in it. You can also determine other substances in there that are characteristic of blood. For instance, if your background material doesn't have any iron in it, the measurement of iron in a sample like this is a good measure of hemoglobin because most of the iron in blood comes from hemoglobin. Now again, assuming that this is blood, not serum or plasma, what I usually do is spectrophotometry and or iron determination and or copper and zinc. If the background, if I have a sample that's diluted blood and I want to know how dilute it is or how much there is. So you can do it. I mean,
And is that equipment that you would expect to find in any well-equipped lab?
Oh, I'm sure that's available. It's not.
You know where the FBI has that kind of equipment?
Well, I don't know what their lab has, but if they've got a instrument they have, I'm sure they couldn't do without the others.
Did you see anything in Agent Martz's work papers indicating that he used any method other than just looking at a stain to determine how much blood he started with from the evidence?
Well, I only saw in his papers here he made stain sizes on a cloth and said when I put a drop on I get so much stain, and when I put on another one I get such an area, and the area that I have is comprises a fraction of that, which I don't think is a workable way of doing it unless you do it to exactly the same material, do it many, many times, do averages, standard deviations and other things. So, because what he had wasn't a drop of blood placed on the kind of material he was testing on, anything for that matter, but in the case of the gate, it's something that got wiped off a gate.
Now, did you evaluate or look at the method that he used to attempt to extract the blood that was in the evidence, the sock stain and the back gate swatch, to extract the blood from that?
Yes, I looked at it.
And what was that method, briefly?
Essentially, he took what he had, what was available, a portion of it, and he put it into 25 microliters of water. And
Sustain.
Let me ask you
Answer stricken, juries to disregard the answer.
Let me ask you hypothetically, if you took, let's say, first of all, an old stain that had been on a swatch for 8 months and put it in water, plain water, let's say 25 microliters, and let it soak for 45 minutes and centrifuged it, is that an efficient way to remove all of the blood from the stain?
Objection, proper hypothetical.
Overrule.
As a matter of its own foundation.
Overrule.
it's a way, but you won't get 100%. You'll get a relatively low recovery from an old stain. A dried stain where it's dried for all that period of time is bone dry. It won't all dissolve in the water, much less than all, just a small portion. Just a portion.
What would be an acceptable technique to remove all of the blood from the evidence?
To remove all the blood, really what you would have to do is, if you could only use water, if you could only use water, is to repeat that. You put it in 25 microliters, you let it sit for an hour, you shake it for an hour, you centrifuge it, you take it out, put it in another 25 microliters, and every time you run some kind of a non-destructive test to see, are you still getting blood out, until you don't see any more coming out. Then you are pretty sure you've gotten it all out. You can enhance that by using, for instance, dilute ammonia, which is a better solvent for dried blood than plain water. But it too, you have to establish that this will all come out by doing sequential extractions and measuring in each one the amount of the sample blood that's in it, in one way or another.
Would you agree that if you were testing an old blood stain to determine how much EDTA was present and you did not extract all of the blood from the stain, you're going to find a smaller amount of EDTA than might actually be there?
Well, that...
Sustain.
If you don't
Phrase the question.
If you don't remove all of the blood from the evidence swatch, are you going to, and the blood has EDTA in it, are you going to find less EDTA than is in the whole stain?
Objection, proper hypothetical, and also false speculation.
Overruled.
Of course. I mean, that's very self-evident. If you don't get it all, you have less than if you get it all, whatever it is.
Now, incidentally, are you aware of any other case or any published literature on the issue of determining levels of EDTA in blood stains in forensic cases?
No, I'm not. I don't think there's anything published. I've asked around. I don't know of anyone who's done it.
Would you say that this is brand new ground in terms of that particular test I told you about?
Yes, sure. For EDTA in a blood swatch of this type, it's brand new ground. EDTA has been determined in blood, but not in a blood swatch, in a forensic case, etc., to any published extent or anywhere I know.
Now, the chromatography and the mass spec techniques, those are all techniques that have been around for a long time, haven't they?
Yes, they've been, the mass spectrometry and chromatography is fairly old.
Did you see anything in the paperwork that you reviewed indicating that the FBI did any studies to determine the differences between extracting blood from an old stain versus a new stain?
No, I did not.
By the way, if you have a swatch that's made from a blood stain, for instance, on a back gate, can you tell from looking at that swatch, how much blood is in it?
I can't, no.
Can that vary from one swatch to the next?
I'm sure it will greatly.
Objection, that helps speculation as well.
Overruled.
Now, in the context of the testing done by the FBI, what is a positive control?
The positive control in that context, as in any other context, is one to which the substance at issue has been added in a known quantity, and preferably not only in a known quantity, but to a known concentration. That means a situation where you know how much sample you have and how much you're adding. That's concentration. If you don't know how much sample you have and you put on it a microgram, then you know you've put 1 microgram in, but you don't know what the concentration is because you don't know 1 microgram per watt.
Hypothetically, if you had a blood stain on a metal gate that was not collected, in other words, was out in the outside environment, subject to the weather and other environmental factors, for a period of from a day to 2 or 3 weeks, what effect would those conditions have on the presence of EDTA in the blood? Assuming that the original stain had been EDTA.
You put a wet stain on and you let it sit there dry and be exposed for a day or more.
With EDTA blood, yes.
With EDTA blood. There would be some degradation from environmental factors. How much should really be determined experimentally, but I'm reasonably sure there would be because it's been done.
Objection, no foundation lack of expertise.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Have you reviewed literature on a study that determined what's called the photodegradation of EDTA?
Yes.
And what did that article tell you?
Well, basically that article tells you that if you have EDTA in solution, in this case, the EDTA in a German river called the Neckar, Neckar, and if you sample that with EDTA in it on a sunny day in Germany, that the amount of EDTA that's in that solution is going to break down, half of it's going to break down in less than 10 minutes from the sunshine itself. So that's photodegradation. It's because of the energy of the sun rays interacting with the EDTA in the water. The material that was used for that was iron. It was an iron chelate of EDTA. Degradation of EDTA is described for sludge. It's described in the literature for bacterial degradation, so-called biotic, by living organisms, and abiotic, by the presence of oxygen and absence of oxygen. So it's known it degrades. If you take a sample of EDTA in blood and freeze it, it'll stay there.
Objection, articles outside the scope of
Sustained.
expertise. Also, the articles are relevant.
Proceed.
If you were trying to determine how much the EDTA you would have in an EDTA blood stain that had been subjected to 1 day to 2 or 3 weeks outside environment on a particular type of metal fence, how would you determine that?
Well, I've done things like this, and in this case, it's obvious. You get a material which is as alike as possible to the metal fence, maybe a piece of the metal fence, and you put 10 dots of EDTA blood on it, and you put on it 10 drops, 10 dots of blood in other places of blood that doesn't have any EDTA in it. That's not in an EDTA tube, but it's normal human blood, which normally contains virtually no EDTA. Then what you do is you analyze a control, or more than one control. It means you take a little bit of an area where there's no blood, and you take that and try to know how much you have and analyze it. Then you wash off one of the spots that has EDTA, another spot that doesn't have EDTA. You analyze all three, and you repeat that every day for a week or something like that for a portion of the time. If it's just for a few hours that you're interested in, then you repeat it for during a period of several hours. You analyze it and you see where it's broken down. You know, whether the one that was put there an hour ago has less in it than the one that you took off right away and analyzed, or the one that was there for a week. And if during that whole period there's no breakdown, then you say, well, I don't know whether it would break down in 8 months, like, you know, or 8 weeks or whatever, but at least I know that during that period it's stable. Usually in a substance, my experience is that substance that does break down, within a week you'll be able to tell that it does. Then carefully you can extrapolate, say that in 8 months there's going to be nothing there, or I think there may be some there, but that then becomes somewhat speculative.
Now, is that what you've described as possible methods to determine that? Is that part of what should be a validation study on the method?
Well, that's what I would call a validation of the method
you
for
see-
this purpose.
Did you see anything in the paperwork from the FBI indicating that they did any test at all to determine how much EDTA would have been lost under the conditions that we described?
No, I did not.
Now, let me ask you about the sock. Let's assume hypothetically that EDTA blood was put on the sock at some point in time. And let's assume further that between the time that blood was put on there and the time it was analyzed by the FBI, it was examined several times using high-intensity lights involving physical manipulation in the process of examining it. Can you tell us whether or not that would result in the degradation of the EDTA that was originally in that blood?
Objection, improper hypothetical, so that is not included.
Anything else?
Oh, I'm sorry. Call for speculation outside the expertise.
Sustain.
Doctor, is photodegradation, does that work when you shine a light on something?
That's what photodegradation is, from light energy.
And the one study that you've cited looked at photodegradation and found that it can occur with EDTA, correct?
Objection, that is irrelevant.
What form of EDTA is used in the purple vials?
Well, actually, you want me to answer?
Yes, I'd like to know.
It can be there in several forms: iron EDTA, calcium EDTA, several others.
What was used here?
I don't know. I mean, it picks up iron, is what it does.
I understand that. But the one article you have talks about the water quality in the Neckar Valley River. A delightful place. That's why the Germans call it the romantic highway, but doesn't tell me a lot about this case.
Let me ask a different question.
All right, let me approach with a sidebar with Corporal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't paying attention to the clock, otherwise I would have taken a recess right at that point. So we are going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1 p.m. Doctor, you can step down. You're ordered to come back at 1 p.m. All right, thank you. There was that study of water soluble EDTA is really relatable to EDTA in blood that is already bonded with the calcium elements.
Actually, Agent Martz's first series of tests that he did were looking for iron EDTA, and he found substantial, enough to measure, certainly. So it's there in the presence of the reference bloods. My only point about this particular article is, it's no question it's a limited article, limited circumstances. I'm not going to use this to have him express an opinion on how much degradation there would be with the sock, for instance. What I'm going to elicit from him is that in order to make the determination of what you might lose from the sock, you need to do testing on conditions similar to the sock, that you would not rely on this study to make an assessment as to whether you're going to lose any EDTA from the sock.
But aren't you asking the jurors to form an opinion by then bringing out the exposure to the infrared light and the microscope and high-intensity lights?
I'm going to bring out the fact that those are things that conceivably could result in some loss of EDTA, and they were never, that was never checked. And that's another way of showing that the testing that was done here is not adequate to show you how much you should have there.
But if we only have one study that tests photodegradation in water, in river water, as nice a river as it is, it's not really relatable to blood.
Well, it's iron EDTA, which is, we know is present in this blood. It was in solution at some time. It photodegrades. I mean, that's the only information we have, is that EDTA photodegrades under certain conditions. We don't have any studies that say it doesn't under other conditions. Our position is that this is something that would have been part of a validation study had it been
I
done
think
properly.
it's clearly enough for a scientist to be curious. But to say that EDTA under these conditions in blood photodegrades.
Oh, no, I don't intend to have, I intend to have him say exactly what you just said, that this is something that should have been checked.
I heard it a little more conclusory than that.
Oh, well, I'll clean that up.
All right, well, I want you to know I'm concerned.
No, I understand that. I'll do that first thing.
All right. Ms. Clark?
Yeah, the problem that I have is that the manner in which the question and answer has been going is that the deliberate impression is being left that EDTA will degrade. Not only is that
Photodegrade. Photodegrade. Photodegrade.
Photodegrade, correct. I'm sorry, will photodegrade. And the problem with that is that it is not proven to be the case at all. And the testimony runs contrary to what we know about the stability of EDTA as a compound. And in the absence of this doctor having some experiment or expertise in that determination, and then that's not shown. And so instead of just bringing out the fact that, and I think it's improper to cause the jury to speculate on that as well, there is no known literature or experimentation to document whether EDTA, especially in a dried stain, will photodegrade. And to cause the jury to speculate on that possibility when there's no showing of that, I mean, let's not forget something here. There's no proof that the blood was planted, period. And this is an effort by the defense, on the defensive, to take evidence of the fact that there was no planting, make it so confusing that the jury's going to go off the deep end trying to figure out what it is, and hopefully from their side, conclude that there was. I mean, that's really the bottom line here, because we have a premise that has never been shown and can never be shown because it's not true. That's the biggest problem I have. But then, okay, if they want to do this, that's fine. But then to deliberately confuse and mislead the jury to make them believe that there could have been more EDTA there, which degraded because of the exposure to sunlight, is going way off the deep end in speculation, and that impression has definitely been left. And for Mr. Glazier to go any farther with this, asking the doctor about experiments confirming
So,
that.
Ms. Clark, I take it the bottom line of what you're trying to say is you're making a 352 objection
Yes, Your Honor.
based upon the lack of a scientific basis for photodegradation of EDTA in blood.
Yes, Your Honor. And just alluding to the fact that there is none creates the impression with the jury. You know what I mean?
Mr. Blazier, I really think her objection's well taken. I mean, that's why I jumped in there to ask the question, because I don't see the foundation to talk about this.
Well, again, I'm going to point out exactly what you said. My point is that the fact that there isn't any literature under these conditions shows that they never tested for that, so they can't say whether it would have degraded out or not. That's a deficiency in their experimentation where they tried to make some sort of quantification. It's not a valid quantification. That's one of the reasons why, because they never tried to simulate the conditions that we have in this case. That's certainly a valid point, I would assume.
That point is addressed by the fact that we have results on the socks. The results on the socks and on the gate, number one, do not give the full daughter spectrum. So to even call it EDTA is going out on the limb. But
Do we have any way to compare the results sock to the gate?
yes,
And what's the relative comparison?
I'm
it's
sorry,
a little higher than the sock. But they're both dramatically lower, like by a magnitude of 100 times below the preserved blood. But yes, that's right, the result does not support the defense contention of photodegradation.
I don't know how she can say that. They didn't test for that.
All right.
Assuming that what the defense wants to say is true, that there is such a thing as photodegradation, the gate should then be lower than the sock. If the sock was not out in the sunlight for nearly as long.
Now, the gate is a completely different set of circumstances, which also should have been tested for and weren't. It's on metal, it's outside, it's subject to dust, to fertilizer, to other things that can also chelate with EDTA. They're different circumstances, and the levels of ionization that we're talking about, you can't quantify. Their 50 parts per million test on the same run has a 7-fold difference from one run to the next. I mean, you cannot use these ion counts as a way to say there's 5 parts per million versus 6.
No,
It's
we're
just
talking
not.
about the basis of the doctor giving opinions regarding photodegradation of EDTA. That's what we're talking about. I find it's not sufficient, and I'll sustain the objection. All right, let's have the jurors,
Well,
please.
yeah, point of clarification. I asked him about the lack of any literature on photodegradation.
You can ask him if there's anything in the literature about that,
Okay?
other than this one article that we've already talked about.
Okay.
That's always been done, hasn't it, Your Honor?
It has.
In that case, it would be asked and answered. And counsel's just trying to highlight the very point that the court has ruled 352.
That's true. It's already in the record. So we'll proceed.
Stand, Your Honor?
Yes, please. Doctor. All right. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Dr. Frederick Reeders is on the witness stand undergoing a direct examination by Mr. Blazier. And good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, you reminded, sir, you were still under oath. Mr. Blazier, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reeders, I think we were talking at the break about environmental conditions with respect to the gate. Let me ask you if, and you described one way that you would do some testing to determine what effect that might have on the amount of EDTA that you started with versus what comes off the stain taken several days or weeks later. You recall that?
Yes, I recall.
To answer that question properly,
Doctor, would you pull the microphone close to you, please? Thank you.
confronted with that set of circumstances, to answer the question, mainly how much EDTA might you lose under those
Sustained.
Did you see any evidence that the FBI did any studies whatsoever to determine what would be the difference in the amount of EDTA in a stain put on a gate with EDTA blood
Overruled.
subjected to whatever environmental conditions it was subjected to and then collected from a day to 3 weeks later? Did you see?
That's not evidence that there would ever be.
Overruled.
No, I did not see anything along those lines.
Now, let me ask you hypothetically about the sock. Did you see any indication in the FBI reports that you were given indicating that any testing was done to determine what, if any, loss you might have in EDTA if you put EDTA blood on the sock at one point in time, subjected to changes in temperature, inspection under various different kinds of lighting, and multiple handling to determine how much EDTA might be left at the end of all that process?
No, I did not see.
Overruled.
If you were doing a validation study to determine that question, well, let me ask you this. If you were trying to make some sort of assessment on the quantity of EDTA that you would expect at the end of that process when you do the testing, would you do those kinds of studies to answer those questions?
Yes.
Would you just assume that it's not going to make any difference? And
Sustained.
did you see anything in the FBI reports indicating whether they did any studies whatsoever to determine whether there might be any oxygen or bacterial degradation of EDTA?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
No.
Did you see anything in the FBI paperwork indicating that they looked at the question of what might happen to the amount of EDTA in a stain if some EDTA blood was mixed in with some non-EDTA blood?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, you reviewed charts that the FBI produced of their positive controls for EDTA, correct?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how those positive controls were made?
The positive controls were made by taking the material, for example, on a swatch, or just taking plain blood and adding to it EDTA, or taking known EDTA blood and see how it behaves.
Did you
But
see
it was all fresh blood.
Did you see any indication of how long they waited from the time they put the blood on a stain until they actually tested it?
No.
Would that be significant? Would that be important to you?
Only if it were to exceed a normal laboratory period. You know, you start something, you continue that day or next day. If it was any length of time, yes.
And if you were trying to simulate what you might expect to find under the conditions which we have with the sock and the back gate, in your opinion, would it be adequate to just take a blood stain that's dried for a period of an hour, let's say, and testing it right then?
It does not at all reproduce the conditions of the specimen, so to that extent it is not.
Now, Doctor, the charts produced for the positive controls had relatively large peaks, did they not?
Yes.
And I'd like to have a chart mark, please.
1261.
I'm sorry,
1261.
1261. Let me show you what's been marked as 1261. Did you receive a bar chart like that in the material from the FBI?
Yes.
And let me put that on the Elmo. Now, Doctor, does this appear to be a bar chart produced in the FBI paperwork? Can you see it?
I'm trying to read the one next to the large number. Yes, I received that.
And the up and down axis, the left axis there is the ion count, correct?
Yes.
And the various different bars indicate EDT or what matches EDTA found from various samples, correct?
Yes.
Now, does that particular chart in representing ion counts, let me rephrase this. Did they run positive controls more than just those 2 times?
Yes.
Did they get large fluctuations in the ion count for different positive controls?
Yes.
Did they get different ion counts for their known standards as well?
Sustained.
Let me have 2 other charts marked.
It's his examination counsel.
Let me ask you one question about the chart before we mark the next set. The 2 columns on the left indicate dress. You see that?
Yes.
And they indicate approximately the same amounts from a sample called K65 and K65C. Do you agree with that?
No, the one on the right is substantially thicker than the one on the left.
Now you're talking about,
Number 2 is substantially thicker than number 1 as far as the height is concerned.
you're talking about the 2 on the left.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of that was Nicole Brown Simpson's dress?
Yes.
Do you know what substance that was made out of?
I think it's one of the artificial fibers that includes EDTA.
Does rayon include EDTA?
In the process, yes.
Let me have 2 other charts marked
1262 is next in order.
1262A and B. For the record, 1262A is discovery number 4077 and is labeled 50 parts per million EDTA. And 1262B is discovery page 4070, also indicated as 50 parts per million EDTA. And these are both from February 22nd, Council. Dr. Readers, let me show you two charts, 1262A and 1262B, and ask you if those appear to be charts testing 50 parts per million EDTA.
Yes.
And what are the times on those two charts in terms of when each sample was run?
One at 9:32 and 45 seconds in the morning, and the other one at 1:48 and 11 seconds in the afternoon of the same day.
Now, for the chart that has the number 4077, Your Honor, could we have slide V, 1257V? Doctor, could you tell us for chart number 4077, what was the ion count for 50 parts per million on that particular run?
For the area, is that what you want?
No, the peak height.
The peak height, 319,561.
Now, look at chart 4070, the same standard, the same amount, run later that day. What was the ion count later in the day?
49,393.
And would you agree that, assuming the chart is properly labeled, those two should be the same thing? Well, let me rephrase that. That the same thing is being tested in both of those runs.
Yes.
And do you find it unusual at all that the ion counts would change so much from one test to the next on the same day?
Sustained.
Doctor, do you interpret chromatograms all of the time?
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
do you look at peak heights and peak areas and retention times all the time?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on whether ion counts under the conditions of the FBI's experiments can vary that much as shown in the chart, from run to run in the same day?
Foundation, so you
Oh.
spoke with expertise.
Oh,
Yes, I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
Easily, because with the electrospray system, you get numbers that go pretty much all over. So
Yeah.
that's consistent with electrospray analysis.
Now, is this if you ran an internal standard with each of those, what if the equipment is working properly, what would you find?
Well, you'd find that the ratio would be the same if it's the same sample. Mind you, if it's a different sample, it could be, different blood, different thing. But if it's the same sample or the same batch for the analysis, then you would find the ratio is similar, provided everything went all right, even though the numbers are greatly different.
Now, have I asked you to take that off? Have you reviewed some material provided by Mr. Martz concerning the amounts of, well, let me rephrase this. Is EDTA appear or allowed to be present in food?
In food, yes.
What kinds of foods is it allowed to be in?
In some of the dried vegetable type things, like in peas and beans, according to the one FDA release that I have, in pickles, in a variety of foods. I don't recall any what you call basic foods that are eaten in huge amounts, like bread or something, but it might be, I don't know.
Have you reviewed the federal requirements in terms of the maximum amounts of EDTA that can be put into various foods?
I looked at them, yes.
And have you determined from those materials what you would expect to find in a person's natural blood who is eating materials with EDTA in them?
Yes, that's sort of the expertise.
The foundation,
Foundation.
sustain.
Doctor, are you called upon to make calculations of how much of a particular substance might be in the bloodstream based on what you ingest by mouth?
If I have any idea what the absorption is, yes.
And is there a study that you reviewed in this case provided by Mr. Martz that talks about the absorption rate of EDTA into the system?
Yes.
And what study is that?
That is a study by Trujillo and, now the second name slips, in the 50s using radioactive labeled EDTA and fed to people.
And what did that study determine was the absorption rate of EDTA into the bloodstream when it was taken by mouth?
Objection, Your Honor, that study has no relevance to this.
Oh,
I need to approach to explain.
with the court reporter. right, let me ask the jury to step back into the jury room, please. All right, the record should reflect the jury is withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Blazer, tell me about this report.
Your Honor, we got discovery from the prosecution on Thursday of what the Code of Federal Regulations allows by way of EDTA in food. I asked Dr. Ballard, who is present in court, who's one of our experts, who is not on our witness list, to calculate for me how much would that result in terms of parts per million, per billion, whatever, if you ate the maximum dosage in one day and it was completely absorbed into your system, and all sorts of other conditions which aren't terribly realistic.
Isn't yesterday a little late to be doing these calculations?
I was doing them over the weekend, Your Honor, and I provided them to Agent Martz. I tried to
Well,
fax.
wait. If EDTA in the blood is an issue from opening statements back in January, isn't this a little late to be doing this?
Agent Martz told me when I went to Washington last week that he had performed, a week before last, I guess it was, that he had performed some experiments on his own blood that showed the presence of EDTA. He also told me that he hadn't saved any of the data, that he had thrown it all away, that he had not produced the charts for us. I had to ask them for them, and he turned them over. So I assumed at that point that they were going to make some kind of an argument that maybe the EDTA in his blood is based on what he eats. And at that point, I decided to use their material and calculate what you would expect to find in your blood if you ate what you're allowed to eat in terms of EDTA.
Isn't that something that's pretty obvious as an avenue of inquiry?
Our experts had told us that you're never going to get above parts per billion from your diet. That, to me, that was never an issue until he says that he tested his own blood and found something.
All right. Well, the point here, though, is that you're attempting to elicit testimony from Dr. Reeders concerning a report that was not turned over to the prosecution, correct?
It was a calculation that I attempted to turn over to the prosecution as soon as I had it. They didn't have their machine on yesterday. I gave it to Agent Martz last night. I told him, if you talk to Marcia, please give him this stuff because I couldn't get it through on their fax. I've got the proof in my file if you want it.
This is the first I've heard of this calculation. I thought that's why I was attempting to confer with Agent Martz now to figure out what they did.
Mhm. Well, I must say that the issue, I mean, it does pique one's curiosity since we know that EDTA is allowed in certain foodstuffs. It does sort of pique your interest whether or not it's naturally occurring in the blood. I mean, that's an inquiry that, you know, either side should have made a long time ago. And
Well, we know that all the literature tells us that if it's there, it's going to be in the parts per billion range. That's what the literature says. And we provided them with material from the Environmental Protection Agency that also says you shouldn't see more than 2 parts per billion in humans.
All right.
That was given to them last week.
At this point, have you handed to the prosecuting attorneys a copy of this report?
No.
All right. The objection sustained.
Your
All
Honor,
right,
can I
Secretary,
refer
please.
to the Environmental Protection Agency material that I gave them last week?
It's in the public record, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's have the jurors, please. Okay.
Before the break.
All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Blazier.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reeders, have you reviewed materials from the Environmental Protection Agency with respect to how much EDTA you can expect to find in human blood from diet?
Yes.
And what is the range that would be in the human blood from diet?
Overruled. Overruled. For the EPA records, from FDA records that are in the public, part of the public record he can testify to.
What range are we talking about for net EDTA in the blood from diet?
Normally, in normal individuals, not more than 4 parts per billion.
Now, the amounts of EDTA found on the sock and the back gate, what range are they?
It's in the parts per million, so 1,000 times more.
Do you have an opinion on whether the EDTA found in the sock and the back gate could have come from food?
From food eaten by the person whose blood it is
Yes.
that it? No. In my opinion, that is so unlikely that I wouldn't even consider it.
Now, what other sources of EDTA in blood could there be?
Well,
Let me qualify that a little bit. In the amounts shown in the back gate and the sock.
well, basically, in blood from an individual who had intramuscular or intravenous EDTA or EDTA preparations for one or another, either diagnostic or therapeutic purpose. I mentioned it's used for that. Within a short time, because within a day or two after such an administration, all the EDTA is out of the body. It's 90% in a couple of hours that it leaves the body.
Did you see any indication in the FBI paperwork that either Nicole Brown Simpson or OJ Simpson had EDTA injected into their systems on June 12th?
No.
What other sources of EDTA are there in blood?
Accidental outside contaminations, for example, a syringe that is used to draw blood from someone could have been washed in detergent, and detergents have EDTA in them. EDTA could have been put right on that spot. I mean, it could be put on the whole sock, but then the control would also show it. Really, there is no likely introduction of EDTA into circulating human blood other than its diagnostic or therapeutic injection, not orally. It's not given orally. It's bad for you given by mouth.
Do you have an opinion on whether the EDTA found on the sock and the back gate, in the quantities which they were found, if that could have come from a purple top tube?
Yes, of course it could.
That's all I have.
Russ.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reeders, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you just testified, sir, that according to you, your reading of an EPA report, that normally you will find no more than 2 or 4 parts per billion EDTA in a normal person's blood. Is that what you just said, sir?
Yes, that the
And-
normal is no more than 4 parts per billion. Right.
Okay, no more than. In other words, you're saying that the maximum amount of EDTA that you will find in a normal person's blood is no more than 4 parts per billion, correct?
That's what the EPA says, and I accept that.
And
I
you
have
ex-
nothing better.
And that's based on a report that you had, is that correct, sir?
It's an EPA publication, the OMTADs, which is one of their publications.
Now, if what that, strike that. In the evidence stain, sir, you said you found EDTA in the levels of parts per million, correct?
I didn't find it. Mr. Martz did, and I agree that they are in the parts per million based on his analysis.
So the amount of EDTA found in the evidence stains on the gate and the sock were in parts per million, is that right?
Yes, because he cannot detect anything that is less than parts per million in any of the samples that he prepared or tested. His detection limit is in the parts per million.
The answer is yes. The amount that was found in the gate and the sock were in parts per million, correct?
Yes,
And the amount that should be found, the maximum amount that could be found in a normal, healthy person's blood is in parts per billion, correct?
yes, according to the best available information.
And if that information is incorrect, and the actual information is in parts per million, then the amount found in the gate and the sock are a normal person's maximum allowable amount. Wouldn't that be true, sir?
If the best information is its parts per million, then yes.
I have a report to show you, sir. We received a report. I'm showing to council now. I'd ask it to be marked People's next in order.
I'm sorry? 534.
Copy of the EPA report you refer to, sir? Do you have it with you?
No, I furnished a copy to you and to Mr. Martz. I mean, I furnished copies. Let me see what I have.
Mrs. Clark, the evidence number will be 537 on this.
Thank you, Alan.
What's the source of this report? Ms. Clark?
The source of that report is, excuse me.
Yeah.
Was,
I have a copy.
you have it, sir?
Yes.
Ms. Clark, may I have a copy?
The source of this is EPA, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's now been marked as People's 537, and then I'm going to ask if we can have a copy for council so they can keep it this time.
How many pages is that?
1 page. Do you see the
Yeah.
relevant passage at the bottom, sir?
Yes, I see the problem.
Yes, you see the problem, sir? Is that what you said?
No, I see the paragraph.
Oh, I see. And what does it say here?
Objection to the comments by counsel.
Sustained. Jurors to disregard. Ms. Clark?
I said clearly paragraph.
I'm sorry?
I said clearly paragraph, not problem.
Paragraph. Tell the jury what this means in terms of amount, sir. EDTA should not exceed 2 milligrams per milliliter of blood. What does that translate to in terms of either parts per million or parts per billion?
Oh, What that is, it should not be less than 2,000 parts per million. That's the same amount that you find in EDTA blood. At 2 parts per million, at 2,000 parts per million EDTA in blood, the blood won't clot. People would bleed to death all over the place. It's absurd.
It's absurd. This is the basis for the EPA report that you referred to, sir. This absurd thing here.
Give the council
Let me
that
show you.
question.
I beg your pardon.
Wait. Is that a question, Ms. Clark?
It was foundational to a question. I wanted to show him the report.
Be careful, Ms. Clark.
Let me show you another report. Now, the report that you just pulled out from your briefcase, sir, I'm going to cite you to a passage where it says, in situ amelioration AML, dredge undissolved solid. That's in your report, correct?
That's part of their report. That's part in the copy that I gave you.
This is the EPA report that you used to base your opinion on, that the normal amount of EDTA that you'll find in blood, or the maximum allowable amount in a normal healthy person, would be in the parts per billion, correct?
This and the paper by Trujillo and Foreman is the other author.
Now, with respect to this report, sir, on which you just said you based your opinion from the EPA, you read that to allow for the maximum allowable amount in a normal person to be 2 parts per billion.
Right.
Right. Now, is it possible, sir, that you have a typo here that caused you to conclude there were 2 parts per billion as the maximum allowable, when in fact it is 1,000 times less, 2 parts per million as the maximum allowable amount in a normal healthy person?
It's possible that this is a typo, but this is a 2,000 parts per million is absurd, as I told you. The people would be bleeding to death at that level.
In other words, if this is the correct EPA report, you disagree with it.
Well, obviously, it's obviously it's a typo in there. Because I can't imagine that the EPA would say that it's all right to run around with blood that won't clot.
Sir, you earlier just premised your opinion on the maximum allowable amount for a normal person on the EPA report, correct?
That's correct.
And in your report, it says 2 ng/ml.
Yes.
And you interpreted that to mean 2 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, that's the only one possible.
That's the only one possible from an ng as opposed to an mg, correct?
That's correct.
And so you determined that what the EPA was saying was the maximum allowable amount was 2 parts per billion, correct?
That they were saying what is consistent with the radioactive study, and that's what they say. Yes, sure.
But the
Makes sense.
radioactive study, sir, was not able to pick up EDTA in the blood, was it?
That's correct.
It gave no lower trace amounts that it was able to detect or measure in blood, did it?
I'm sorry.
That report back in the 50s of radioactive EDTA did not state any specific amount for anything detected in blood resembling EDTA. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct.
All right,
What
object,
was-
I thought we weren't going into this. I mean, I'm happy to.
Sustained.
I can't.
Sustained.
What? What was the objection?
Court's previous ruling on this regard, that report.
The
Proceed.
witness continues to refer to it, then I'd ask the witness's references to be stricken.
Proceed.
You just testified that you based your opinion on this EPA report. Isn't that what you just did on direct examination, sir?
I didn't say I didn't base it on anything else. Yes, that's what I said.
Thank you, sir. And you interpreted that report to say that the normal amount you would find, a maximum allowable amount in a normal, healthy person, would be 2 parts per billion, correct?
Yes.
And that the amount that you found in the gate and the sock stains were in the parts per million, correct?
I didn't find it. The amounts that the FBI found were in the parts per million, yes.
And based on those differences, on the parts per billion that you would find in the normal healthy person, which is far less, wouldn't you agree, than in parts per million, correct?
Yes.
Based on that, sir, you concluded that the amount of EDTA found in the gate and the sock stains could not have come from food, correct?
It is reasonably certain that they did not come from food.
And that is based on the maximum allowable amount that you
Counsel-
determine.
Counsel, you need to allow the doctor to finish his answer.
I'm sorry, doctor, did you finish your answer?
Question was regarding whether or not the EDTA and the gate and sock stains could have come from food.
Not from ingested food being transferred into the blood of a person from whom that blood came. That, in my opinion, is so unlikely that I would not consider it.
Now, doctor, that is based on your interpretation. That is based on the report from the EPA that talks about the maximum allowable amount of EDTA in a normal person, correct?
And on the form and entry
And I'll
your
object
paper.
to the latter part of it is non-responsive under 352.
Oral. Proceed.
And you also determined, then, doctor, if your interpretation or your reading of that report saying 2 parts per billion in the normal healthy person is based on a typo, and in fact they meant to say 2 parts per million, what they are stating there in the 2 parts per million is consistent with the amount of EDTA that was found by Agent Martz in the gate and the sock stains. Isn't that correct?
I beg your pardon, it's 2,000 parts per million. 2 milligrams per ml is 2,000 parts per million, the same or more so than you find in an EDTA tube. That is blood that won't coagulate.
Did you see the report on which it's based, sir? In other words, you're insisting that this EPA report is wrong? Is that your testimony?
I don't say that the report is wrong if that's what they put in. I think it's either a typo or a complete absurdity.
Now, I'm showing you the report faxed to us by the EPA on which the report you have is based, and that's the one just shown to Council People's 357. And it says the same thing, does it not? 2 milligrams per milliliter? Isn't that correct?
You know, we still have a copy of this. Could we have a copy of this, please?
It describes the content of a paper. It is not a report. It says that observation on the effect of the concentration of EDTA on the packed cell volume of various domestic animals confirm that in man the concentration of EDTA should not exceed 2 milligrams per milliliter of blood. The citation is the British Veterinary Journal. So I don't quite understand it if this is on animals or why this applies to man. And secondly, if it is supposed to, this is not a report, this is an abstract of a paper, it's an absurdity.
But it does use the same amount, does it not, doctor? You see, you have 2 ng/ml, they have 2 mg/ml, and we have a report that conforms to the report on which it's based. I just had you read it, have I not? Where
No,
it
you
says,
haven't. You
Yes,
have
you did.
not made me read it.
You haven't seen this, doctor?
No, I haven't seen this. No.
Clark, this that Dr. Readers has is what?
People's 358.
You mean 538?
538?
538. You have your numbers transposed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me write this down. Don't you recall us just reading this together, Dr. Readers?
No, you read it to me. I didn't have a chance to look at it. This,
Right. Ms. Clark?
Have you read it, sir?
yeah, I've read it.
All right. So in my copy, it says
It's not
2 mg/ml, doesn't it? For the same
your
passage?
copy of something else. This is not the same. You will just please note that these are different references. It's from another base than what I have.
Yes, but the paragraph that it applies to is word for word the same as yours, isn't it, Doctor?
Except for that, that's correct.
Except for that. All right, so it's referring to the same thing, isn't it, Doctor?
I expect so, but I don't know that.
Well, you just read it.
Well, I don't know that it refers to the same thing, but...
Let's read it together, Doctor. Tell me when the words differ, all
They
right?
don't differ except for that one little thing that's absurd that's in here.
All right. All right, here it says 2 mg/ml.
Yeah,
Okay, the paper on which it's based that was sent to us from the EPA, People's 537, says the same thing, 2
The pa-
mg/ml, correct?
excuse me, the paper does not say that. Their abstract says that.
All right, the abstract says that, correct, Doctor?
Yeah.
All right. Now, these are based on animal studies, are they not?
That's what the paragraph says. I don't know that paper. I'd have to read it to give you an opinion on it.
Yet, Doctor, you were willing to base your opinion on the parts per billion that you thought was actually written there earlier on direct testimony, correct?
Because all it did is corroborate what the radioactivity study showed, that they couldn't find any, and their detection limit is about 1 part per billion.
And, Doctor, in those radioactivity studies, there is no amount shown. Isn't
But it's
that correct?
clearly there. It's not written out, but it's clearly there. They used radioactively active labeled EDTA that they gave people by mouth. They could not detect it. They show you how many DPMs they can count at the various levels. And what is not detected is it's no more than 1 to 2 parts per billion. If
Doctor?
it's more than that, it's detected.
Doctor, what kind of equipment or facilities did they have for testing back then? Did they have the liquid chromatograph tandem mass spectrometer back then?
Oh, this has nothing to do with it. This is radioactive material fed to people, which is much more sensitive than any instruments that we have nowadays.
Well, let me ask you
You just
something.
can't feed it to people anymore.
Doctor, let me ask you this. Have you done any studies to take blood from normal people that is not preserved and tested for trace levels of EDTA? Have you done that?
I have done no such experiments. No.
Now, you wrote your report on July 17th of this year?
I guess so. I'll have to look at the day. It's the date that's on the report, whatever that is.
July 17th. And you got Agent Martz's reports back in the end of February, beginning of March, correct?
Which report?
The graphs and the notes by Agent Martz?
I don't remember the exact date, but probably in March sometime, I think. I'm
And
not
you
even
did-
sure I got them in March, but never mind. I got them quite a while ago.
And you didn't write a report documenting your findings until July 17th, correct?
That's when I was asked to write one, yes.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have written one at all?
I only write reports if I'm asked to write them. It's customary.
It's customary for you to do as you are instructed by the defense counsel that hire you, correct?
Only instructed in terms of what he wants me to do and what we want me to give him. That's his prerogative.
Okay, and when you wrote that report on July 17th, you had not yet spoken to Agent Martz about his testing, correct? You had just
Right.
read what he had done, is that right?
Most of it, not all. I received some after that.
And after you wrote that report, you discovered that Agent Martz tested his own normal blood, unpreserved, for the presence of EDTA and found EDTA. Did he not?
His results that he forwarded to me showed an EDTA peak in the blood that he processed, yes.
In fact, isn't it true, Doctor, that his own unpreserved blood came up very similarly in results to the bloodstains found on the gate and the sock? Isn't that true, Doctor?
Surprisingly, yes.
Yes.
Excuse me, the numbers came up the same.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
Hold on, wait.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Let me see counsel at sidebar with the court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed. Ms. Clark, 230.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Doctor, as you've indicated, you are interpreting Agent Martz's work. Is that correct?
His results, yes.
You did
His
not-
results, yes.
You did not do any testing yourself, isn't that correct?
None whatever.
As a matter of fact, your lab doesn't even have this equipment, does it?
We don't have the equipment that Roger Marks has, that's correct. Not yet.
Do you even have the liquid chromatograph tandem mass spectrometer?
No.
Let alone one that has the electrospray.
Well, that's just one interface. No, we don't have any.
As a matter of fact,
The only one that we do have is the ability to collect fractions and analyze them separately by the mass spectrometer, something which I've done.
you yourself have never operated the electrospray, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Doctor, wouldn't you agree that the person that would be the most qualified to testify and interpret the results of the operation of a given machine is somebody who operates that machine on a daily basis?
He should be the most qualified person to determine what the limits of ability of his machine are, since he works with it every day. Yes.
And in that regard, sir, you testified earlier that you thought retention time was a significant factor in determining whether or not these stains had the same qualities as those found in the reference blood samples with respect to the presence of EDTA. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And if an expert in the operation of this machine, such as Agent Martz, told you that retention time was an inappropriate factor to use because it is not discriminating for the presence of EDTA, wouldn't you agree that retention time should not be relied upon to determine whether or not a substance is or is not EDTA?
Well, if he were to tell me that, I would tell him that he's in error, because retention time is a characteristic of a substance in a chromatography system, provided there is some reasonable reproducibility of flow and other things that's possible. It's independent of the detection system and all these other things, and the variability may be greater in one than in another, but it is usable and it is used for that, yes. That's what I would tell him. He didn't tell me that it's not applicable. Retention time is always a characteristic of a substance unless you change conditions completely.
Well, let me ask you this, Doctor. When you do testing to determine whether or not you think something is present, chemically speaking, wouldn't it be important to use factors that are as unique and as rare as possible in determining whether or not a compound is or is not a given chemical? Wouldn't you agree?
Only if you add the one other thing, and available. If you can do within the framework of what you can do, are you doing all you can to get the most intimately characterizing property of the substance that differentiates it from others? Yes.
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 Doctor, let me ask you this. If you are attempting to find women that look like me, wouldn't it be far more efficient to say you want a woman of this height and this weight, and I'm not going to say what that is, and this kind of hair and these kind of eyes and that kind of mouth and those kind of arms, as opposed to just saying I want a woman 5'6"? Okay. Wouldn't you agree?
Sustained.
Is it because of the weight thing, Your Honor?
It's too oblique for me.
All right. What I'm getting at, Doctor, is if you use criteria that are very broad, then you will include a lot that does not belong in that category, correct? As a general proposition.
Objection vague.
Oh,
I will use all available criteria, broad, narrow, microscopic, and assign to each one a probative value for what a scientist does, and that is applying what is called a null hypothesis.
All right, Doctor. Let me ask you this. If you assign probative value, If an expert in the operation of this machine who uses it every day, like Agent Martz, were to tell you that retention time has very little probative value because all chemicals seem to pass through at almost the same time or within a minute, would you agree, doctor, that that is not a factor that should be given great probative value in your determination as to whether or not a compound is or is not ETTA?
Well, if you were to tell me that, I would tell him that you are grossly mistaken, and if you earnestly believe that all compounds would pass through in a short time when you have a column, you don't know what you're talking about.
But doctor, you would agree, would you not, that someone who runs that machine every day would be a better expert, better able to determine what are the probative factors and are not, than someone like yourself who has never operated it. Wouldn't you agree, doctor?
Oh, well. He should be, but if he says that, he isn't.
Doctor, isn't it true that most compounds will pass through this particular, the electrospray in particular, in about 1 minute?
They'll pass through the electrospray in 1 minute, but the separation occurs in the chromatography column.
That's right. And in the column, sir, how long does it take, if you know, do you even know how long it takes most compounds to pass through the column in the LC tandem MS?
That'll depend on what column and what flow you use. He doesn't say how much time it takes. He has everything down in terms of scan numbers. So I can tell you, it's a few minutes between runs, and that rather surprised me that so little separation time is allowed. And but that's all. I can't tell you a thing about it. If he knows what he's doing, then he's using a column to separate substances. As far as I know, he knows what he's doing, and that's what he's doing, so he separates them.
Doctor, he conferred with you on at least one occasion, correct?
We talked about this on at least one occasion, yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you've had his reports or his notes and the graphs for months, correct?
That's correct.
Was there anyone who prevented you from picking up a phone to ask him about these questions, sir?
Yes.
Who?
It's not customary for me to do that. I asked the attorneys to get me additional information or to suggest that I call him up and talk to him on the phone. I got additional information, not all that I asked for, but I did not get their okay to call him. And although I realize I can do it, I'm a free man, it's not a very proper thing if you are going contrary to the wishes of the people that you talk to, unless those wishes are an obvious crime or something.
And the defense attorneys told you when to write your report and who you may call and not call. Is that correct?
No.
You wait for their permission. Is that correct?
Not their permission. Oh, well. I do not wait for their permission. I ask them whether they have wishes, not orders. And if their wishes are reasonable, I'll comply with them, of course.
Doctor, you're a scientist, are you not?
Yes.
It's important for you to get as much data, as much information as you possibly can so that your answers are all as correct and reliable as they can be. Isn't that true?
If I can obtain that information properly, yes.
And would it have been improper for you to ask Agent Martz to furnish you with information on the validity or the probative value of retention time, for example, in this particular piece of equipment in which he is an expert in these?
Objection, argumentative, vague as to what's improper, what that means.
Overruled. Either ask that question specifically or ask it in a more general way, which I did to the attorneys, and that is that I would like to see the validation data for all the parameters that apply to this analysis. Retention time is one of the most important parameters, and the validation data that I received contained retention times which put it exactly into the range that they were. So it worked fine.
Yeah, doctor, you operate the gas chromatograph, correct?
Yes.
And the gas chromatograph, retention time is a very important factor, isn't it?
In every chromatography, retention time or RF or RT, whatever they are called, it's the same thing. They just attach different letters to them, is one of the characterizing properties of individual compounds or sometimes of groups of compounds, depending on how you're doing the analysis.
And doctor, in the use of the gas chromatograph, you will be able to detect items by how long they take to separate, correct? And some items take a great deal more time than others.
Not how long they take to separate, but how well separated they are in the run.
By the time they get to the end of the column.
Well, separated somewhere, whether they, by the time they are measured by the time they get at the end of the column, the time is recorded, and the time between one peak and the next peak has to be sufficient so that there are clearly two peaks.
And what is the amount of time, maximum amount of time, that it would take an item to go through your column, the gas chromatograph column?
That is so variable. I have substances that go through the column, through one column in less than a minute. I have others which take 40 minutes in that or in other columns. It is as long as you want it to be. For instance, in the EPA studies, there are runs that are 2 hours long. So, you know, it's what you're looking for and what you're doing. As long as you know what you're doing, you're all right.
All right, doctor, in your experience then with the gas chromatograph that you routinely operate, you can have items that run through the column for as long as 40 minutes, correct? That have a retention time as long as that?
Yeah, I think in one of the types of analysis that we do many different types, there is as much, it's a screen and it extends over something like 40 minutes.
Now, doctor, if Agent Martz were to tell you that because of the way the electrospray works, he's required to use very volatile liquid to push the material through the column, such as ammonia. And as a result of that, just about all substances go through in 1 minute. What, in your opinion, would be the probative value of retention time?
It would still be the retention time of a substance within 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds. The last one is 6 times as long as the first one. So whatever the time is, I'm sure he isn't pushing it through a column for the fun of it, because if it's so close that you can't differentiate, why use a column at all?
Nevertheless, doctor, if that were the case, then wouldn't you agree that retention time is not a very discriminating factor in the LC tandem MS electrospray?
It is a discriminating factor. I don't want to assign to it very little. It's a discriminating factor. It's a property. It takes a certain length of time for EDTA to go through. So that's one of its characteristics. If he knows of 50 other substances not related to EDTA that have the same retention time, and if he'll tell me, then I say, well, then it still is a characteristic, but it is shared with other substances.
And so
now, if these substances are indeed things that you find in blood, then it's important. If they are substances that you only find in the Gulf of Mexico, then they are irrelevant. Because, you know, it has to be something that has a meaning in terms of the analysis that you do. If they are cyanide and other horrible poisons, then in this case, it's irrelevant because there's none there.
All right. Now, doctor, then in that case, if there were, say, 50 other compounds that passed through at the same retention time, the probative value would be less.
Of
correct?
course. If you can tell me that that's so, I'd say it's less than if you only know of 2 others.
Well, doesn't the retention time to some degree depend on the kind of liquid used to push the material through the column? Isn't that true?
Among other things, of course.
And if you routinely use the same liquid repeatedly, isn't it true, doctor, that you're going to wind up with a lot of compounds with the same retention or very similar retention time, as opposed to using different liquids?
I don't know that. No,
And
you don't have to. You have a good separation or you don't. I don't know.
And you don't know because you don't operate the electrospray, do you, sir?
Well, whether you operate the electrospray or not has nothing to do with that. Nothing whatever. Is if the whole material, the whole retention on that column is 1 minute, then you're working with a separation within 1 minute. There are gas chromatographs which separate 200 compounds in 1 minute that you put in there. So I'm sure that the same thing can obtain here, although LC is less of a separator.
But you would agree with me, would you not, doctor, that if the retention time in the electrospray is very similar for many different compounds, then retention time is not a very probative factor. Yes or no?
It's a probative factor. What is very? How much?
Well, didn't you just tell us, sir, that you determine how probative certain factors are?
Yeah.
All right. Then obviously there is some variance between the importance of certain factors and others, correct?
Sure there is.
All right. Now, with respect to Agent Martz's blood, you have testified, sir, that since you wrote your report, you found out that Agent Martz tested his own blood and came up with characteristics just like those in the gate and the sock stains, which you determined were EDTA, correct?
There are too many questions in there. Let's take one at a time. Would you mind?
Is that an objection compound?
Yes, it is. Sustained.
Well, let me just show you a chart, sir. Now, while Mr. Blazier is reviewing that, I want to show you a chart that he showed you earlier. I'm putting up defense. Mr. Blazier will tell me in a moment.
1257.
C. C. 1257 C.
No, I'm sorry.
D. All right, you were speaking earlier, sir, of the fact that EDTA is comprised of the parent ion 292 and one proton is added, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, I think you indicated to counsel that the process of electrospray does not alter the ions. Did you say that, sir?
It doesn't change one chemical to another.
Testimony.
So that's
Whether they changed them. Oh.
Didn't you testify to that, sir? Tell me.
I testified that electrospray does not change one chemical into another. That includes ions of one chemical into ions of another chemical.
Okay, but the ions are changed in some respect, are they
They
not?
can be. They not all are. The main thing about electrospray is that it is capable of driving otherwise neutral molecules, large neutral molecules, readily into the mass spectrometer. That's its great advantage.
Now, when you do the gas chromatograph, in the work that you've done, you measure the straight weight, correct? The straight weight of the ion with no additions.
No. At positive, I also use M+1, which is the molecular weight plus 1. That's what you get.
And that's what you do here, do you not? You're adding one to the molecular weight.
Yeah, you're adding a proton. It's a positively charged hydrogen atom.
All right, now you've testified, sir, that the parent ion 293 is one characteristic of the EDTA, correct?
Yes,
And that there is a daughter ion 160, correct?
yes.
But that is not the full daughter spectrum that you see there, isn't that correct?
Not here. The full daughter spectrum is all the daughters.
And the other daughter, which is not shown on this chart, is 132.
That's one other daughter.
And that other daughter ion, 132, was not present on the gate and the sock stains. Isn't that correct?
Oh, no, that's not correct. Remember that Mr. Blazer showed me a chromatogram which included the all three, the 293, the 160, and I think the 130 or whatever it was. and all three of them were there, although not in high concentrations. They were below the concentration at which the instrument prints out retention time, peak height, and number. It is below what is called the reporting limit of the instrument, the way it's set.
What you're saying is, although you can't see it, it's really there?
No, I can see it, and so can the instrument. It just didn't label it. There's a big difference between that.
All right, so I want to go back to that chart.
Right?
Before we get to that chart, sir, we're going to try and locate that. Are you familiar with the term noise?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the maxim that a scientist requires 3 times the signal to noise ratio before saying that something could even exist? Have you heard that?
I've heard some people claim that, others 5, others 2, others 10. It depends on the circumstances. This is not from Olympus. The important thing in determining the presence or absence of something is, can you see it above the noise in one way or another?
All right, and when you say can you see it above the noise, you mean that there may be kind of jagged lines like this, but in order to call a peak an identification of something or a detection of something, that one peak that stands out has to be 3 times higher than those other lower jagged peaks. Isn't that correct?
No, actually what is used is not that it has to be so much higher than the noise, but that it has to be higher by more than a certain number of standard deviations of the mean of the noise. That is what is used.
In which case, you would expect, though, to see on the graph one peak higher than the rest. Isn't that correct?
Either that or a pattern which is clearly different and more like something there than nothing there.
All right, now you're looking at this graph again, sir.
Yeah.
Did you mark it, Bob? What was the mark? What was the 9C? Now you determined that on this chart is shown the other daughter 132 because at the same retention time, move over. Will you direct the arrow, sir, to where it was before? Tell the arrow where to go. See the arrow? Look on your monitor, yeah.
How do I do that?
Tell it to go right or left.
Go to the left a little bit. Hold. That's one peak. Go to the right a little bit. No, less than that. Here's another part of that peak. Go to the right. That little more. Little more. That's it.
Above.
Now, there's another one. Now let's go to a valley. Go over. No, go to a valley. That's it. Little bit to your left. Now go another arrow a little bit to the right. Okay, that's good enough.
And it's your contention that that proves what?
That the retention time of the first of these arrows is in one of the places where the retention time of EDTA has appeared. You have to bear in mind that this is a scan over an extremely wide range, so that there's very little energy available to scan any one ion. So it is much less sensitive than if you do the same thing and only scan for 160 or for 293, but it's still strong enough to show a pattern which matches that seen in the parent ion and daughter ion chromatogram,
All right. but
which
you
is
would
a
agree-
focus chromatogram.
You would agree, would you not, sir, that the other random peaks there are not 3 times lower than the peaks that you've pointed out, correct?
They certainly are not.
All right. Now look down at 293. There is a very high peak in the very beginning, isn't there, sir?
The what?
That 293 is the parent ion, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it? And you see a very high peak where we've just put the magenta arrow? In fact, that's the highest peak on that graph, isn't it?
That's correct.
But you didn't call that, you did not identify that as the parent ion, even though that does have a high peak, maybe 3 times as high as some of the other peaks on that chart. Isn't that correct?
No, I did not, because I have nothing to go on to call it a parent ion.
Then in fact, what this graph shows, sir, in your opinion, as the 132, is based solely on the fact that you see something at the retention time.
At the same retention time where I see the 160 and the 292, and at the same retention time where in the more focused chromatogram that we looked at previously, where you can see much better that 160 and that it's in the same place, and even the pattern is somewhat similar. So that's why I say that you saw it before at 160. Now if you're scanning the whole thing, even though it is so much weaker, I mean, this is probably, I don't know, it could be as much as 100 times less sensitive than the 160 ion. You still see it. And in the same place where the 160 is, you also see the footprints of the 132 ion.
And so are you willing to say, sir, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that based on this graph here of the 132 daughter ion, that it is present on the sock? Is that your testimony, sir?
That what is present on the sock?
The 130, that you have the full daughter spectrum on the sock based on this reading of your graph of 132.
This is the full daughter spectrum on the sock, unless there are other smaller ones, unless there are other little pieces around which are not looked here. And that's, in general, is the weakest, the least sensitive of the methods that he could use, but at the same time, it's more specific. You're trading off one for the other.
All right, Ms.
So
Clark,
is it-
we're going to take a recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll take about 15 minutes for a break, and Doctor, you can step down. All right, Deputy McNamara, let's have the jurors, please. Going to break today at Deputy Jix.
3:45.
Can't squeeze 4 o'clock? You sure? Positive. Even if I call? Even if Deirdre calls? All right, Ms. Clark, you may resume your cross-examination of Dr. Readers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Readers?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Dr. Readers, it is true, sir, isn't it, that there is no known study that documents precisely how much EDTA would be present in a normal and healthy person's blood on an average. Isn't that correct?
On an average of how many people? The number of patients in the Foreman and Trujillo study on the whole had less than a couple of parts per billion.
No, doctor. First of all, in that article, it says nothing about parts per billion. Isn't that correct?
It doesn't
Isn't that
say
correct?
parts per billion, but it shows you it's less than parts per billion. With the strength of the radioactivity used, the detection limit is a couple of parts per billion, and they have negative bloods.
Doctor, that is not my question. Could you listen to my question, please? To your knowledge, is there any study in which they take the blood of normal, healthy people and test it for amounts of EDTA present? In other words, what would be present in an average person on an average day? Is there any such study?
Study with that title, I don't know of any in the literature. Blood EDTA determinations have been done in the course of other studies I've seen and none found, but they were not designed to do what you ask.
So
A large number of people and averages and all that, no.
There is no known study that indicates how much EDTA you could expect to find on the average in an average person, correct?
None that I know of.
But in fact, when Agent Martz's blood was tested, a low level of what you call EDTA was indeed found. Isn't that correct?
I don't think that that is necessarily correct. What was found is that the sample that he finally analyzed showed the presence of some EDTA in the parts per million range. I cannot conceive that that is what's in his blood, in his circulating blood.
Nevertheless, doctor, you found what you would call EDTA in the parts per million in Agent Martz's unpreserved blood, correct?
No, incorrect, absolutely untrue. I didn't find anything. He presented data which showed that when he analyzed a sample of his un-EDTA'd blood, that in the process he ended up with a result that showed the presence of EDTA on the instrument. It doesn't prove that he had it in his blood, but what it does show, if he had it in his blood, he'd be an extraordinarily amazing, unusual person at that level.
Well, doctor, if other people's blood was tested, and I mean unpreserved blood, that gave the same results as did Agent Martz's blood, would that change your opinion any as to whether or not he was a highly unusual individual?
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
I didn't say he is a highly unusual individual. I have not seen the validation of those studies, so I can't tell you whether the analysis is correct. If you ask me to assume that an accurate, reliable analysis of blood from Agent Marks and from others showed the kind of pattern that I saw in the material that he submitted to me, then I would say, yes, these specimens under those conditions. What I see here, in my opinion, is EDTA.
Doctor, you saw the test results for Agent Martz's own blood, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And those results do seem to indicate, do they not, EDTA
No idea.
Doctor, you are familiar with the term endogenous substances, are you not?
Oh, sure.
And that means that we have in our bodies certain low levels of chemicals which, if given to us in very high doses, would kill us, correct?
No. Endogenous substance is any substance which is normally present in an organism or body. It doesn't say anything about how much. We have a lot of iron in our body. We have a lot of histamine, which sometimes kills us. So these are endogenous substances. Now, we also have substances in our body which come from the outside, but which everybody has in them. Just about everybody has a little bit of nicotine in them. It's not made by the body. It's from the environmental nicotine and other things. But endogenous substances are those that are generated by the body and not the traces of other things that get into it from the outside.
Okay. And those endogenous substances have certain normal levels in our bodies, do they not? Levels that we can live with, correct?
Well, that holds for everything. There are levels we can live with anything.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the ones that naturally occur in our bodies.
Yeah.
All right. And then there are, for example, cyanide. Isn't there a certain level of cyanide that we all live with on a daily basis?
We don't live with it. We make it. Without it, we wouldn't have any vitamin B12 in our body.
Right. And if
Cyanide is produced and destroyed by the body on a regular basis. It's a normal biological endogenous substance at very low levels, yes.
Yes. And yet, if administered in high doses, it will kill you, correct? Cyanide poisoning.
Sure, anything will.
And what about ethyl alcohol, doctor? Don't we all have a certain low level of alcohol in our bodies at all times? Whether we drink or not.
Yeah, that is something which the toxicologists have been kicking back and forth for nary 100 years. And it still is disputed by some that it is not present, but it's formed in the course of the analysis. So a true ethyl alcohol, I'd suspect that there is a little bit there, sure.
Naturally. And if you drink alcohol, you will become inebriated, correct?
You will. I won't. I won't drink that much.
Assuming anyone drinks a great deal, doctor.
A great deal, sure.
They will become inebriated.
Of course.
You would, and I would, correct?
Oh, yes. Eventually, if I drank enough.
And if you drink enough, it will kill you. Isn't that correct?
If you drink too much, it'll kill you, yes. It can, and it often does.
Now, as opposed to that, there are subjects or items that we ingest on a daily basis, correct?
Yes,
And some of those items will enter our bloodstream. Isn't that correct?
yes.
Excuse me, Doctor, why don't you pull the microphone just a little closer, please? Great, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Now, you testified earlier today, sir, that EDTA is a preservative used for food, correct?
Not so much a preservative as a substance to safekeep color of food, flavor of food, some degree of preservation, but most of its uses in food are for aesthetic purposes.
Now, you discussed this subject with Agent Martz about a week ago, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And when you discussed it with him initially, you did not know EDTA was still being used in food, did you?
Well, it's not that I didn't know that it was still being used in food, but that the latest thing that I read was that the only authorized deliberate addition to food is an incidental addition which occurs when adhesives such as labels are used that have EDTA in them. And I said, they have taken EDTA totally out of the food. And then Agent Martz showed me something that's from, I think, 93. I'm not sure. That means the actual regulation is from 1993, which gave a list of substances. As a matter of fact, I told him I think it's still used in pickles. But apparently it's used in a lot of other things. At least it was at the time at which that regulation was made.
I have here been shown to counsel. It's a document issued by the Food and Drug Administration. I'm going to ask that it be marked as People's 359? 539. Keep doing this. 539.
This is an FDA article.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it's a regulation by FDA. Actually, I'm going to put it on the Elmo. Oh, Your Honor, before I forget, can I mark what we are formerly looking at on the screen, people's, I'm afraid to guess, 540?
That was what?
The chart, Your Honor, that we printed out.
All right.
All right, people's 539. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here, sir?
I can't read it on my monitor. It's too.
Do you have an
Blurry?
extra copy to show the doctors?
I could read it to you, sir. Title 21, Food and Drugs, Food and Drug Administration, Department of Health and Services. Subchapter B, Food for Human Consumption. Food additives permitted for direct addition to food for human consumption. Subpart B, Food preservatives. Do you recall reading this, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to drop down to the list. And do you recognize seeing the items listed here?
Yes.
As,
Yes.
and these are items in which there's a certain maximum level of EDTA permitted.
Yes.
All right. And you have things such as canned carbonated soft drinks,
Yes.
and you have, move down a bit more, French dressing and mayonnaise at the bottom of the list, sir.
Yes.
And you have dressings non-standardized in the middle there with the number 75 after it.
Yes.
Next page. And on this page, if you drop down, you see mayonnaise, salad dressing, and sandwich spread there.
I can see the names, but I
not
don't
the
see
numbers.
the PPMs.
Can you move it over so we can see
Move
that?
it over to the left.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And that shows how many parts per million are allowed as a maximum in those items, correct?
Yes.
And the last page. And on this, it has dressings, non-standardized French dressing, and frozen white potatoes, including cut potatoes. Do you see that item, sir?
Yes.
Like French fries?
Do I like French?
No, no. Is that? Look,
I don't know what it's French fry. Cut potatoes could be cubes or anything. It may be. You mean whether it's cut into strips?
Right, frozen?
I don't know.
they have frozen white potatoes, including cut potatoes. Does that seem to refer to what could be French fries, sir?
Could be. I'm not an expert. I really don't know.
All right. And we have here mayonnaise, salad dressing, sandwich spread, and sauces.
Right.
Whole lot of things there. And ready-to-eat cereal products.
Right.
All right. So people can potentially be eating EDTA every day.
Probably they are, and I know they have been for many years. I thought it was taken out of the food for some reason. I haven't followed that story, but that was my impression from what I saw in one of the National Library of Medicine publications.
Mm-hmm. And are you aware that it has been estimated that people ingest as much as 50 milligrams a day of EDTA in the food we eat?
Well, let's see now. It could be even more than that. I think that the maximum allowable amount is something like 2.5 milligrams per kilogram, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so even more than that would not surprise
Well, let's
you.
say 50. All right, I'll agree with you. Yes, there are people who eat 50 milligrams a day.
Okay, and that would not be unusual.
I have no idea whether
right.
it would be unusual or not.
Well, Doctor,
I don't know where on the curve it is. I don't know.
not all of the EDTA that we ingest is going to completely pass out of the body, correct? Some is going to go into the blood.
Well, it'll go about no more than 5% is absorbed of EDTA from the gut overdose. And as soon as it's excreted more rapidly than absorbed, because about 70% is excreted in 1 hour. But up to 5% of a substance is absorbed from the gut, from its gastrointestinal contents, over a period of time of something like, I think, 2 or 3 days. If you swallow something, by the time it works its way through, there's, a total of about no more than 5% absorbed.
All right. Now, we don't have any studies that tell us precisely how much, on an average basis, a normal person has in his blood on any given day, correct?
I think
No.
we asked that question now
It's
about 5 times.
foundational, Your Honor. Do you recall agreeing with that, Doctor, earlier?
There's been, I know of no study, not that we don't have any, I know of no study that did a large number of people to get that figure, no.
And we do know that everybody eats foods that probably contain EDTA on a daily basis.
Probably, yeah.
Now, given all of those facts, sir, it would not be surprising if some level of EDTA were to be found in a normal person's blood, such as Agent Marks, correct?
I'm reasonably sure there's a little bit there, but minute traces only.
I have a chart, Your Honor. I'd ask you mark Peoples 541.
541.
Showing you this chart, sir. You could, can you get the graph? Have you seen this before?
I think you need to back out just a little for the,
I can't read it on my monitor.
Okay, let me help you because the writing is small.
Maybe you can tell me from the left.
Yes, from the left.
2, 3, 4. What's the one next to the big peak? What does it say on that?
Let me read them all to you, sir. Let's start from left to right as you face it. All right?
Yes, sure.
K65C.
I can read it. If you
All right.
enlarge it that much, I can read it perfectly.
All right.
Keep moving it to the left.
K65C is the dress that Nicole was wearing.
Right.
That shows some amount of EDTA, correct?
An amount, yes. The
All right.
swatch that was analyzed had an amount of EDTA.
And that certain amount of EDTA, would you agree would be attributable to the manufacturing process in which they added it for some...
I don't know what it's due to, whether it's detergent, manufacturing, or what. I just don't know. But it could be from any number of sources. Fabric can contain EDTA from the laundry, from the manufacturing, and from other sources too. Mayonnaise.
All right. And now the next entry, K65, the dress, that is the swatch containing Nicole Brown's blood.
Mm-hmm.
And you just testified, sir, that that was substantially higher than the measurement of the cloth of her dress that did not have her blood on it.
The picture makes it substantially higher. You can see that the riser is substantially higher on the 65 than on the 65C, enough so that you can tell the difference with the naked eye without measuring.
Would it be your testimony, sir, that the interpretation of that greater amount shown for the portion of her dress that has her blood on it is that the blood that has been typed as Nicole Brown's blood on her own dress is her preserved blood?
No, I wouldn't say that, because remember that the way these analyses were done, you really have no idea of how much sample you have to start with. So you might have twice as much on the K65 to start with blood that you actually start pushing through the machine than you have in the K65C. So all I said is that this one's more than this in quantity. I don't think you can say anything about concentration because you don't know how much blood was used to start with for the analysis. There's no way of telling.
Let's pull it out. Show the whole chart. All right. After the two dress items, you have the gate, the sock, and Agent Martz's own unpreserved blood.
That's
You
correct.
see those?
Mm-hmm.
Then the two big blocks on the right-hand side of the screen as you face it are the reference blood samples of the defendant and Nicole Brown. You're aware of that?
I knew it was one, the other, or both. I didn't know which one, but all I knew is this is EDTA blood. You know, that's an actual lavender top 2 blood.
Now, sir, I understood what you said about the difference in concentration that may apply concerning Agent Martz's method of cutting the samples in this testing that he did. Bearing that in mind, is it your testimony, sir? Let's strike that. Would you agree, would you not, sir, that looking at this chart, the levels, the difference between the level of EDTA shown in the reference bloods and all the others, Agent Martz's and all the evidence blood, is very dramatic?
Yes, the quantities shown are very dramatically different, as much as what? Can you move it a little to the right so I can see the numbers along the ordinate, along up and down?
Sure.
9. That's all right.
No, back out.
That's fine.
Wouldn't you agree, sir, that the reference samples are at least 100 times higher than the evidence sample?
There's some of them, yes, not 100 times higher than the dress, but probably about 100 times more. Not, higher smacks of concentration, but they are more. There's a lot more in the reference sample, in the big ones, than down there, and it's probably around 100-fold difference, sure.
Okay, 100 times. Then, sir, are you aware that the cuttings used for this testing by Agent Martz were at the largest 2 millimeters square? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I know that, sure. I know what, I think it was 2 times 2, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Now, you described a dilution method that you would have used with ammonia to determine exactly how much blood was present in any given swatch. Have you ever done that?
Sure.
For as small as a 2 millimeter square?
Yes.
And you would have recommended he do that here?
I don't recommend. That's what I would do, as I would determine, get a good estimate, spectrophotometric estimate. In this case, I would not go for iron and the other things because that would take up samples. But I could take that little swatch into 25 microliters of slightly ammoniated blood and shake it for several hours or whatever. Then transfer it to another vial and do the same thing. And then the first thing I would do is to take each one of the recovered fluids, put it in a spectrophotometric microcell, and obtain a spectrum which goes through the ultraviolet, the so-called Sorey band, to where hemoglobin or hematine absorb, and get an estimate against standards of how much hemoglobin is there in that 25 microliters, how much hemoglobin is in the second 25 microliters, and perhaps a third and a fourth. Keep washing till it's negative. If there's so little that I say, gee whiz, I may be able to do my analysis, but I'd have to use all of that. So I'd bring it all back together and concentrate it, which is fairly simple. You simply freeze dry it, and then take the whole thing up in an amount that I need to inject and inject it. And then I would know that I started out with so many micrograms or milligrams of hemoglobin or of blood protein, and I'm getting a picture, and then I can talk about concentration. Now, that little square, that could be any amount of blood that's on there, anything from a nanogram to a microgram, maybe even a milligram. I don't know. But the point is that there's nowhere, anything that gives me even an idea of how big the sample is. And if this is 2 drops, the EDTA blood, which is 2 drops is about 50 microliters, And if that swatch down there gives me, instead of 50 microliters of blood, gives me
Well, excuse me,
a
Doctor.
nanoliter of blood, then, you know, of course you find less.
I hate to interrupt, but this has gotten very non-responsive. Let me ask you another question.
Sustained.
Doctor, assume for a moment the following hypothetical. That Agent Marks made an effort in all cases to use a larger amount of sample of the evidence stains than of the reference stains. And that in each and every case when he made a cutting, he made the cuttings of the evidence larger than the cuttings of the reference sample. And by that I mean not just a big piece of cloth, but more blood in each and every case.
I beg your pardon. I thought that do you mean the reference stain that he created? What do you mean by reference stain?
Dr. Readers, assume for a moment that Agent Marks took a larger area of blood for the reference stain than he did for any of the swatches created from the reference sample for his testing as to each and every evidence stain. Do you understand what
No,
I'm saying?
I don't. I honestly don't understand what you're saying.
That's not in evidence. I think that was done.
I want you to assume as a hypothetical that Agent Marks followed the following procedure. That he took the evidence of the sock and a swatch of the gate stain, and with respect to every time he tested evidence versus reference, he made sure that the evidence stains were larger than the reference stains in order to compensate for any imprecision.
I still don't understand. What do you mean
I'm not-
reference stain?
I'm talking about blood from the EDTA tube, Doctor.
He took more blood, more sample, more OJ blood, I mean, you know, sock blood from the sock stain than he took EDTA blood out of the tube.
Correct.
How does he know that? He doesn't know how much blood there was on the sock sample that he took.
Doctor, I'm asking you to assume the hypothetical. I'm not done. Okay? Assume that he cut a larger evidence stain from the sock and from the gate stain than he did from the swatch created for the evidence samples.
Okay,
the reference
now I
samples,
understand.
All right?
Okay, I can
That's your
see. Yeah,
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Given that fact, to the extent that there would be any discrepancy in the concentration amounts between the evidence stains and the reference stains, aren't those small discrepancies more than accounted for by the dramatic differences between the amount shown in the reference samples and the amounts shown in the evidence stains?
No, because all he did, he cut an area out of the sock, and he doesn't give a clue of how much blood was in there. He took a swatch that had been wiped on the gate, and he cut a piece out, and he doesn't have a clue how much blood there is in that, what he cut out. He has not measured it. He doesn't have a clue whether it's a microliter, a nanoliter, or what.
Doctor, these are 2 millimeter squares, are they not?
Right.
And the differences between the reference sample and the evidence samples are 100 times as great. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And it is your testimony, then, you're telling us that whatever discrepancies in concentration may exist by a small difference in the size of the cuttings or the concentration is not well compensated for in the amount, the dramatic difference between the amounts in the reference and the evidence stains?
You have no, it isn't, because you don't have a clue of how much blood is on that sample square of 2 square millimeters. You just don't know. You haven't made any measurements. You extract it, you get a little bit of blood out. That may represent a microliter, a nanoliter. I don't know how much it represents. There's nothing that tells me what it does, what it is. You can't go by the area because one is a swab and the other one is you don't know how many drops of blood or what were put on that sock or fell on that sock or whatever you have.
Well, doctor, how do you account for the readings that came up from Agent Martz's blood? How do you account for the fact that his blood, unpreserved, gave the readings that it did, consistent with EDTA?
Well, I don't account for it. I think he would have to account for it because I think it's absurd to find that much EDTA in normal blood. Even if all I can say it's in the part per million range. It just seems totally absurd to me.
And so you reject it.
Just like that 2,000 parts per million, you'd be dead. I mean, you know, these absurd numbers.
So given the fact that we have a test result from someone's unpreserved blood that shows a presence of EDTA in the parts per million, your answer, the way in which you account for that, is to say it's absurd. You dismiss it.
I give you a scenario how that can happen very easily. May I? May I, Your
Dr.
Honor?
Readers, could you answer my question first, please?
Question. I object. I think he's entitled to answer the question that she asked.
That's proposing an answer, not to the question. Ask the question.
Can you answer the question I have asked, Doctor?
Would you repeat it?
Is it your answer that the results obtained by testing Agent Martz's blood showing EDTA in the range of parts per million, very similar to the range shown on the gate and the sock, correct?
Very similar.
Very similar. That your answer to that is it is absurd and you dismiss it. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll give you a reasonable probability at how that can happen. Not that it did, but I'll give you a reasonable
Then,
probability.
Doctor, I would like for you to, that's non-responsive.
He's allowed to
It is-
explain his
no.
answer.
He is, you can ask him the question, not in that manner. Proceed.
Now, Doctor, isn't it true, sir, that you cannot tell us that the substance detected by you in the gate and the sock and the, not by you, excuse me, by the testing done by Agent Martz as you interpret it, you cannot tell us, sir, that that substance is EDTA to the exclusion of all other substances, correct?
You never can say, no, I can't, and I can't say that for any analysis that you present me, even the Nobel Prize winning ones.
Then given considering the EDTA results that Agent Martz got on his unpreserved blood, sir, is it your opinion that the bloodstains on the sock and the gate had to have come from the preserved blood to the exclusion of all other sources?
I didn't say that. I said that it's sort of like you hear hoofbeats, it's probably horses and not zebras, is that the most likely source for EDTA in a blood sample, when you have a control that is negative, is that it was EDTA blood to begin with. That's what I said. So it could be. Didn't say it was. I said it could reasonably be considered that, and doesn't exclude other possibilities, but I don't know what they are.
You don't know what they would be.
No, I do not. I deny that there's any reasonable probability that it could be from food or from the normal level of EDTA in the blood of a person.
Even though you also realize that there is no study indicating what that normal level would be.
Yes, there is, but it is not a study which was designed to determine the normal level in the world's population, like has been done with blood typing and with other things. But from the study, that is a very good study.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, that's non-responsive.
No, he can finish the answer.
May I finish?
You may.
From the study, that is an excellent study that the authors can be proud of. On the number of people that they tested, they didn't find any EDTA. I don't see any reason why they should find it now.
Except that it was found. Isn't that correct in Agent Martz's blood?
Argumentative.
Sustain. Raise the question.
All right, doctor, let me ask you something. You're familiar with the case of a defendant by the name of Sconce, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you were, in that case, sir, retained by the Ventura County District Attorney's Office, were you not?
I thought it was the Los Angeles County District Attorney, Mr. Giss. Wasn't he from here?
Dr. Readers, can you answer my question?
As far as I recall, it was Los Angeles County.
Do you recall working with a district attorney by the name of Denos?
No, Giss is the one that I remember.
And you remember that Mr. Giss was a member of the District Attorney's Office of Los Angeles County, correct?
That's my recollection.
And do you recall testifying in a courthouse in Ventura County?
Yeah, that's right.
And in that case, sir, you were told that there was a question as to whether the decedent had been murdered by the means of oleandrin poisoning, correct?
Oleander or oleandrin, yes.
And was it your understanding at the time, sir, that no one had been charged with the murder pending your determination as to whether or not the victim had been poisoned to death?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was it your determination, sir, that was sought as to whether or not the victim in that case had been poisoned to death?
My corroborative determination, the initial work was done by Dr. Baselt in San Francisco on negating determination. He asked that I should do that, yeah.
And you were asked to analyze certain substances removed from the body of a decedent to determine whether there was present in those substances oleandrin, a poison.
Yes, fresh autopsy specimens by Dr. Lovell, who was the pathologist who did the autopsy.
And you recall conducting certain tests on those tissues, correct?
Sure, yes.
And as a result of your findings and based on your findings, isn't it true that you determined that there was oleandrin present?
Oleandrin and oleandrogenin both were present.
And you reported those results to the district attorney, correct?
Yes,
And you appeared in court to testify concerning your finding that there was evidence of oleandrin or oleander poisoning as the cause of death, correct?
yes, by the best then available methods, which were pretty good, I thought.
And those methods that you refer to, sir, were the tests of thin layer chromatography,
Correct?
fluorescence spectrophotometry,
Yes,
and radioimmunoassay, correct?
that's correct.
And as a result of all of that, you testified at the preliminary hearing for murder in that case that the thin layer chromatography test gave you results that were consistent with and corroborative of the results obtained by another, Dr. Baselt, whom you referred to here, which showed the presence of a substance with all the characteristics of oleandrin and not the characteristics of many, many other substances. Do you recall giving such testimony, sir?
The words no, but the content, yes.
And if I were to read those words to you from the transcript, sir, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not those were the words you used?
More so than just a quote from them, yes.
Give Mr. Blazier a reference.
Yes, I do. Sir, I'm showing you page 828 of the preliminary hearing. I ask you to read to yourself and tell us whether the words that I've just read are in fact the words you stated under testimony, under oath, in Ventura County.
Well, Ms. Clark, I don't remember the words you said, but if you allow me to read it out loud, then I'll agree that that is what I said and is in the transcript.
Please
Is that
do.
all right?
That's fine.
Consistent with the thin layer chromatography gave results which were consistent with and corroborative of the results that Dr. Baselt had obtained, showing the presence of a substance with all the characteristics of oleandrin and not the characteristics of many, many other substances. That's what it says, and I said that, yes, I agree that those are my words.
In essence, doctor, then what that test gave you is that the result it gave you, as you've testified, was a pattern or a result showing all the characteristics, in your opinion, of oleandrin, correct?
In the thin layer.
In
It
the
also
thin layer.
did in the other tests, but this statement deals only with the thin layer. I did other tests, as you well know.
All right, yes, I do. But that pattern that you found characteristic for oleandrin could have been shared by many, many other compounds, correct?
I don't think so. May I explain?
Why don't we ask another question, sir? To your,
I don't think so. That sounds like a complete answer. All right. Please.
Thin layer chromatography is a separation.
I thought, Your Honor,
Did you say yes?
I'm allowing him to explain his answer.
Thin layer chromatography is an analysis on a glass plate that has a thin layer of gypsum or some other material on it. You put the material on the bottom on a square plate, and then just as if you had to put a dot on your handkerchief and then put the edge into water or some solvent, the solvent goes up by capillary action and in the process separates substances from each other and forms kind of a ladder of things. You know, start out with a streak and it moves and it separates them.
Yes.
You then spray that with various, you look at it under ultraviolet light for fluorescence.
Doctor, explaining what thin layer chromatography is, I don't think is responsive. Next question.
thank you, Your Honor. The second test you did was fluorescence spectrophotometry, correct?
That's correct.
And in that case as well, you testified that the pattern you obtained was consistent with and corroborative of oleandrin, correct?
Yes.
Now, based on those two tests alone, at the preliminary hearing, you testified that those results were sufficient, in conjunction with what you knew of the other facts in the case, not related to the science, to state that your results were consistent with and corroborative of the presence of oleandrin, correct?
That's misleading. I said there was another test, and that was the radioimmunoassay test which was done on it.
That's correct, but didn't you testify, Dr. Reeders, that those two tests alone were sufficient for you to form your conclusion?
I don't recall that at all.
I'm going to show you page 829, sir, and ask you to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I have one being brought down from Mr. Bergen.
May I go back just to read the whole thing?
And the beginning of that section, sir, begins with what we've already discussed, which was the results you obtained on the thin layer chromatography test, correct?
That's on this page. Is that
Yes, that's just before, and then it goes over to
Okay.
page 829, doesn't it?
right?
And do you recall?
Now, let me see.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Let me read it.
Please do.
And also fluorescence pattern, which were consistent with that and corroborative of oleandrin. So thin layer and fluorescence spectrophotometry. In my opinion,
Wait, and you skipped the words, doctor.
and these two together, in my opinion, were really enough in conjunction with the history, particularly to corroborate the findings of oleandrin in this case.
Then you did so testify, as I've already indicated. Is that correct?
I testified that these two findings were really enough in conjunction with the history to call this an oleandrin poisoning case.
They were really enough, but you would agree, would you not, sir, that those findings may also have been consistent with other compounds?
I couldn't think of any, I couldn't find any. The pattern and thin layer and the color reactions are very characteristic of oleandrin and oleandrogenin, especially since you have both there.
All right. And then you did a third test called the radioimmunoassay test, correct?
That's correct.
And you basically corroborated again the presence of oleandrin with that test. Is that correct, sir?
In conjunction with the other tests, yes. And with the history, yes.
All right. And in essence, then, what you said that was that you had patterns with each of these three tests consistent with oleandrin, correct?
Yes.
And those results caused you to conclude, sir, to a high degree of scientific certainty that this was, in fact, oleandrin?
And oleandrogenin, the two components of oleander
And in-
poisoning. I mean, oleandrogenin is really the thing that you get when oleandrin breaks down a little bit. Not much, but cracks into two parts.
And those results, as you testified at the preliminary hearing, sir, do you recall testifying the chances that a substance has all the properties in all three tests in common and is in actuality another substance from experience are so extremely remote that one then has a very high degree of scientific certainty that if one says that this is oleandrin, in fact, it is?
That's what I said, yes.
100% never. For 100%, you go to the seminary because that depends on faith. Science is never 100%. It is statistical and it is reasonably certain the chances are remote. And if you want to go over into the area of, in that area, the hand of Almighty God can make anything happen, so possibilities, of course, are there. But it's a high degree of reasonable scientific certainty, and the operative word is reasonable. A scientist goes by reason and not by feelings. Do you recall giving that testimony, sir?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you are familiar with a man by the name of Dr. Jack Henyon, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Henyon became involved with the sconce case after you testified at the preliminary hearing, as I've just indicated, correct?
I think 5 years later, yes.
It's your testimony that Dr. Henyon became involved with the case 5 years after you testified?
It was several years. I think it was 5 years.
Doctor,
Characterizes what he said. It was 5 years after he got involved.
Overruled. He's clarified.
do you believe that Dr. Henyon got involved 5 years after you testified or 5 years after you got involved with the case?
I know it. No, I'm sorry. What I was referring to is from the time that I performed the analyses.
And Dr. Henyon is a professor of toxicology at Cornell University, correct?
I don't know whether he's a professor of toxicology or whether he's still at Cornell. He has a private lab now, but he was a professor, I think, of veterinary toxicology and head of the veterinary toxicology laboratory that dealt along those lines with racehorses mainly, yes.
But-
I know him quite well.
Now, Doctor, you have a PhD in philosophy, correct?
No. I don't have a PhD in philosophy. I have a Doctor of Philosophy degree, which is a PhD in pharmacology and toxicology with minors in pathology and physiology. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in chemistry.
All right. And Dr. Henyon has a PhD in analytical organic chemistry. Are you
I
aware
have
of that?
no idea what his CV is. I've never looked at it.
Now, he obtained a split of the tissue that you tested in the sconce case, correct?
That is incorrect. If you will check, what Dr. Henyon obtained is a specimen from the not exhumed body, but from the body of the deceased. I can't think of his name at the moment. That was in a mausoleum, sitting there exposed to the air, essentially, for several years. I offered specimens which I had received from the autopsy and that were frozen, deep freeze. I showed them to the lawyer, and they were rejected. He had the pathologist extern the body, instead of taking it out and cut a piece of tissue, which of course by then was kind of dry, 5 years old and decomposed, and that is what he analyzed. His report says so.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he analyzed different tissue than you did. Is that your
Totally
testimony?
different, from the same body, but totally different tissue.
But the tests that he ran on the same victim that you ran your tests on revealed that the oleandrin you found was not present. Isn't
No.
that correct?
Absolutely, that's misleading. No, it was not.
Isn't it true, Dr. Readers, that Dr. Henyon ran tests on the tissue he received from the body of the same victim, and that he determined using his tests that were more sophisticated than yours, that oleandrin was not present? Isn't that true?
Jack, this is not proper impeachment. They're two
Sustained.
different tissue samples.
Sustained. Awful compound question. All right, council, at this point, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you, and don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess.